All right, I move that we reconvene this July 16th meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're back, and we're gonna move straight to calendar number 315-21-Z, which again is a little bit out of order, but hopefully we've got everyone ready. So Counselor, whenever you're here, let me know.
Thank you all very much for accommodating Alderwoman King on this schedule today. I know you guys have a very full day and I'm going to try to keep it brief. You actually caught me unaware with the reschedule. So I just slid into my office chair. I was out getting my 10,000 steps in today and I apologize, not exactly camera ready. Okay, so here's the Alderwoman. Let me just tell you very briefly so that there's some context for her statement that in this case, the applicant is seeking a variation to reduce the north side setback on this property from 2 feet to 0 feet for a combined side setback of 5 feet, which is on the south side of the property. The property is actually the end of an existing row of townhomes on this particular short block of Lake Park Avenue, which sits between 39th and Pershing Road. And it's a lovely row of old townhomes that have been in this location for many, many decades, and they are reflective of, here we go, here's the picture. They are reflective of a style that was prevalent in the neighborhood, but is slowly disappearing, and the style is being replaced by a lot of new construction. This is an old picture, and you can't see in this particular picture, but in the vacant lot that is fenced in and shown in this photo that is to the north of the property, there is now a row of very large townhomes that actually loom over this row of much smaller old style brick homes. And there we go. Okay, so you can see now the size difference of the townhomes that are, they're perpendicular, but they essentially abut the property. See, there's the good perspective from the northwest. And the applicant here is seeking to have this variation to reduce this side setback in order to build a relatively small 18-foot addition, 2-story addition on the back of the home, which will follow the existing lines of the building. And as we all know, from an architectural and construction perspective, it makes the most sense and is really much more effective to do it that way. And so that is the plan here, an additional roof deck to give a little bit more outdoor space, and then this 18-story addition, which is going to be 2 stories and then a rear deck. As you can see from the site plan here, this is an extremely unusual lot. It is very, very long and thin. I haven't actually in all of my experience seen a lot that is quite this long. It's also an unusual site because there is no rear alley here. So there's no rear alley access and there's no opportunity for a garage. And it doesn't make any sense, obviously, to divide this lot and try to build a home to the rear in all of this square footage either, because there is no access. So the applicant here is just trying to make the most of this property and to preserve this existing architectural style and, sort of key neighborhood type of housing, which is now surrounded by what is largely new construction. And I think that Alderwoman King will sort of speak to the value of this particular property and its neighbors to the neighborhood. So I guess with that introduction, and so we don't take up any more of her time, I'd like to make sure that the Alderwoman has a chance to speak.
Great, yeah, Alderwoman, whenever you're ready, just introduce yourself and go right ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Great. First of all, thank you, Chairman. I appreciate you and the members of the board allowing me to speak before you today. My name is, for the record, it's Sophia King, Alderman of the 4th Ward, where this particular property resides. I just wanted to share, first of all, my support for the zoning variance that's being requested for 3905 South Lake Park, and wanted to share several things. One, I truly appreciate the applicant's investment in this community by fully restoring and reviving this dilapidated property. Her plans to restore are truly exceptional. When she approached our office about this variance, we actually went out there together to look at it. And as the counselor said, the adjacent property that's new to the north is a new townhouse development that now kind of towers over the existing row houses. And those developments, have kind of roof views, and it was built really without much regard for the current structures, but it's there now. And I truly feel that the value of this property that was purchased would be greatly diminished if it was not allowed to have this setback and variance, was just really consistent, I think, with what it should be, and also be able to build a rooftop on this location. I truly appreciate her proposed changes and what the applicant is going to bring to the community by reviving these and restoring this property and really adding value to the community as a whole. Also, of note, the applicant is a business owner in the community and has shown, her love for the community and just appreciation of it and giving back. And I think this is truly just another step to that end. But on its own accord, I think the architecture and restoring it would only add value to the community. And I think if you weren't allowed to do it, would really diminish the value of her own property. And so just here today to ask for your favorable opinion to allow the applicant to have the variance and the rooftop addition.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Alderwoman, for coming to express your support. And if it makes sense to you, if we go back to Counselor, and then if you stay on for the matter, because then maybe the board will have some questions for you. Happy
to do so.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, Counselor, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I do have two witnesses here today, the applicant, of course, and the project architect. I don't know if you have seen them both, and they have been moved into the hearing room. I thought I saw Ms. Curtis earlier. Since there are only two witnesses, Mr. Chairman, if you wouldn't mind swearing them in now, and then we can proceed with some very brief testimony.
Yes, absolutely. Ms. Curtis, can you please state your name and address?
Sure. My name is Yasmin Curtis. My address is 4800 South Lake Park, Chicago, Illinois, 60615.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Jose, can you please state your name and address?
Yes, my name is Rex Jose. My current address is 9205 South Sangamon, Chicago, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, I'd like to proceed with Ms. Curtis first. Good afternoon. Nice to see you, Yasmin. If you could please tell us when you purchased the subject property. What year was that?
I purchased the subject property over a year ago. So I want to say maybe it was July. So it was July 2020. Yep, it's been a year.
And the condition of the property at that time of purchase was as it exists today, boarded up and vacant. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you began working with Mr. Jose to draw up plans to refurbish the property and to build the addition that's shown in the attached plans. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you are not only a resident of the neighborhood and live just 10 blocks south on Lake Park, but you operate a business in the neighborhood as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So is it fair to say that you are dedicated to and really invested in improving your neighborhood?
That is very correct.
And in conjunction with this application, we submitted some proposed findings of fact to the board. And in support of those proposed findings of fact, you submitted an affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you were to testify here today in much greater detail, would your testimony be consistent with the affidavit that you submitted previously?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move on to Mr. Jose, please. Don't see him yet. Are you back with us, Rex?
Yes.
Okay, there you are. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could state your name and address and business qualifications, professional qualifications for the board, I'll appreciate it.
Yes. My name is Rex Jose. I'm a licensed architect. My address is 9205 South Sangamon.
And you have the AIA designation, is that correct?
Correct.
And does the board recognize Mr. Jose as an expert in architecture?
Yep, we have Mr. Jose's resume on file, and we do recognize his expertise to the extent it's required.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Jose, have you worked closely with Ms. Curtis on all of the plans and specifications for this project?
Yes.
And in doing so, is it your opinion, your professional opinion, that building the addition onto the back of the property along the same building line as the existing structure makes the most sense from both a design and construction perspective?
Yes, that's correct.
And you as well submitted an affidavit in support of the proposed findings of fact that we submitted on behalf of the applicant, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
If you were to testify here today in greater detail regarding the plans and specifications for this project, would your testimony be consistent with the application and the affidavit that you submitted in support thereof?
Yes, that's correct.
At this time, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to take up a lot of time with testimony from either Mr. Jose or Ms. Curtis, because you do have a complete application and have already heard from Alderwoman King in support of the project, but certainly I believe all three are still available for questions, as am I, so I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you, Counselor. And Counselor, I'm just hoping that we can get a little bit more from you about the hardship argument related to the variation.
Certainly. So as I pointed out before, and perhaps we can see the site plan again, this is an incredibly unusual property. Look at the length on this property. And trying to make the best use of the property and to not just maintain this very important architectural style in this neighborhood, but also to renovate this property. It's been vacant and boarded up for a long time. It's derelict. It is an unsafe property and does not contribute in any way to the health, safety, and welfare of the community or visitors to the community. And we think that it's very important to be able to repair, renovate, and improve the property to increase the public health, safety, and welfare, and to preserve this property. And if the variation were not granted, then it really would be very difficult to build any kind of addition onto the back of the property. And the cost increase that would result if we could not build along that same building line, which you can see on the north end of the property, then the addition would have to be created, essentially built, constructed, and designed essentially as a separate building and with different footprint, and then the costs go up exponentially. And in this particular neighborhood, I believe Alderwoman pointed out nicely as well, there's new housing everywhere, and the value of this home is being diminished every single day by the fact that it's surrounded by this new housing. And so without the ability to make some modifications here and to add some additional square footage, the value of this property will continue to drop. And a financial analysis and economic analysis was submitted, which shows what the property would be worth and what kind of rental income or purchase price could be gained from the sale or rental of this property, both with the variation and without the variation. And you can see there's a very significant difference in the value of the property. And going back to the photograph that we saw very early on, where we were looking at the property from the northwest with the new townhomes along the north side, you can see that there's really a significant difference in size and material, and the row home properties will just continue to decrease in value without being able to do this work. And as we've also established, I think we've met all of the other criteria for the variation relative to the improvement to public health, safety, and welfare, and the lack of detrimental impact on the community.
Yeah, thank you. And when it comes to hardship of the lot, I just want to, I know you said it at the beginning, but can you remind us just how narrow this lot is?
Okay, so this lot, yeah, I was going to say, let's go back to the site plan. So this lot is 255 feet long, which I'm not sure if any of you all have seen that before, but as I mentioned, I have not. But the lot is only 20 feet wide. So the standard Chicago lot, as you know, is 25 feet wide and less than half the depth of this property. And so to actually make adequate economic use of all of this dirt, you know, and to bring this very, relatively speaking, very, very small row home into alignment with what other housing exists in the community, it really does need an addition. And so that's really the only way to utilize this incredibly long and skinny lot with no alley access.
Great, thank you very much. And any other questions from the board? For the applicant or the alderwoman or anybody present? Okay, it sounds like we have what we need. So thank you very much, everyone, for your time, and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and particularly to the alderwoman. Thank you.
Yep.
All right,
Thank you,
thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you.
Okay, let's go to calendar numbers 300-21-S and 301-21-Z. I'll quick read the department's recommendation. For 300-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a gas station with a one-story mini mart with restaurant, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, 10640 Halsted Property LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated July 14th, 2021, prepared by BAU Design and Development.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yep, Counselor, we've got you. Good afternoon.
Thank you. I always get nervous. Good afternoon. My name is Paul Kolpak, office of 6767 North Milwaukee Avenue, representing the applicant 10640 Property LLC. For purposes of proceeding, I would like to consolidate both the special use as well as the variation.
Yep, that's great, Counselor. And I believe we have an objector too. I want to see if they are present and logged in. Give me a second. Yep, okay, good. So let me touch again on how we run the matters when there's an objector. We'll start with the applicant giving their case in chief and the board asking any questions based on that initial overview. And then we go to the objector. The objector has the opportunity then to state their objection and also ask questions of the applicant or any of the other witnesses or expert present. From there, it goes back to the applicant side to do rebuttal and also close out. Throughout this process, members of the board can ask questions. So with that, Counselor, go right ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to have three witnesses. I'm going to have the applicant, Mr. Moshin, my expert, Mr. Kareem Musawir, and our project manager, Mr. Amru Sahed. Do you want to swear them in now, or do you want to do them individually?
Yeah, let's just get them all on now. So first up, if we go, Mr. Mohsen, are you present?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yep. Will you please state your name and address?
Mohammed Mohsen, address 10628 South 81st Avenue, Palos Hills.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, great. Mr. Saeed, will you please state your name and address?
Yes, my name is Amr Saeed. I work with Bio Design Development, and we're located at 1302 South Fifth Avenue in Des Plaines, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Perfect. And then Kareem, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we only talked to you in continuances, so I don't think you're sworn in. That's correct. Okay, will you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Kareem Musawir, 221 North LaSalle Street in Chicago. I'm a land use consultant.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great, and we will recognize your expertise.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The applicant, 10640 Property LLC, is seeking approval of the special use to allow for a proposed one-story gas station and mini mart. We're also seeking a variation to reduce the minimum lot area from the 20,000 square feet required to 19,854 square feet, which is approximately 145 feet short of what's necessary. Subject site, located at 10644 South Halsted, is a vacant lot located on the northwest corner, just north of 107th Street on Halsted in the Washington Heights community. We propose to erect the 2,880 square foot, one-story gas station with mini mart. The proposal includes 8 gas pumps, 6 off-street parking spaces, 1 handicapped accessible off-street parking space, and 2 bicycle stalls. Mr. Moshin, you and your family have approximately 4 other gas stations, is that correct?
Yep, that's correct, in the city of Chicago.
Mr. Moshin, how many if the variation special use were granted, how many employees would you have?
6 full-time and 6 part-time,
And what would your hours of operation be?
24 hours.
And you own other gas stations. How do you handle security at your gas stations?
Well, we start off with 6 hours right during the high traffic hours, armed security. And then we, if we feel like we have to, we add on top of that to like 8 hours, 10 hours, according to how the business dictates.
And you also have for your managers that should there be a gathering of people or any suspicious activity that they should call the police department. Is that correct?
Of course, all my managers are very proactive, and we have most of the time we try to stay. We keep our cameras live streamed with the CPD, so they have access to our exterior cameras. Anytime they see anyone, we sign an affidavit for them to just come take anyone that's loitering without us calling.
And part of our negotiations was really with the Department of Planning, which had resulted in the plan before us. One of their recommendations was for you to close any curb cuts on 107th Street. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And they indicated to you that the reason for that is they wanted to make sure that there wasn't a lot of traffic going through the neighborhoods and to keep the traffic on Halsted Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you agreed to do that even though you're now going to lose some of that traffic that would normally either proceed east or west on 107th Street. You're going to lose that because now that traffic will be directed back onto Halsted. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
But you did that because the department asked you to for proposed safety of the neighborhood. Is that correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions of Mr. Messina.
Okay, Counselor, if you keep going, and then we'll take questions once you get all your witnesses on.
Amro, could you please state your name?
My name is Amro Saeed, SAID.
And you were part of this negotiation with the city, and our client acquiesced to all the suggestions that the city recommended. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I have no further questions of my architect. I'd like to introduce Mr. Musawir.
Yes, Paul.
Kareem, would you please state your name and your business address, please?
Kareem Musawir, 221 North LaSalle Street in Chicago.
Mr. Musawir, you were retained by the applicant. What was the subject of your the scope of your assignment, I'm sorry.
To make it a determination as to whether or not the subject meets the requirements for a special use to establish a gas station, and a variation in the reduction of its 20,000 square foot requirement by 145 feet.
And Mr. Musawir, you're familiar with the subject site, are you not?
Yes, sir. I live in the neighborhood.
And you went out there and evaluated it personally, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you reviewed the architect's design, is that correct?
Yes.
And based on, in your opinion, does the requested uses comply with the general criterion for both the special use and a variation under the City of Chicago zoning ordinance?
In my opinion, it does.
And does it meet all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance under section 17130905A1?
Yes, sir. With the exception of the relief sought in these two companion applications, it does.
Does it provide for public convenience and it will not have an adverse impact on the welfare of the neighborhood or community? Is that correct?
That's correct. There is an additional gas station in the neighborhood, but again, it is also a minimal size lot. And so in the event that you have two of these gas stations together, you would get what you would normally find in a 1 acre lot gas station.
This size of the gas station would better serve the community. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the hours of operation that were testified to, that's compatible with the area. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort. Is that correct?
Pedestrians, yes, sir, it is.
I have no further questions of Mr. Musawir. I do want to state that we do have a letter of support from Alderman Austin, and I did reach out to Ms. Bradley this morning. We had a brief conversation, and she did indicate to me her concern of traffic and in the area and safety in the area. There was another objector, a Miss Michelle Reynolds, and I've tried that number 2 times, and when I called, it sounded like I was getting to a fax machine. I did mention to Ms. Bradley this morning, because she knew Miss Reynolds, if she would contact her and make sure that she knows that we were on today's hearing. I have no further questions, and I await any board member or objectors.
Okay, yeah, I think just one clarification before we move to the objector. So are we correct, because it's in photos, that there's a gas station across the street, right? We've kind of justified that there's a neighboring gas station.
Kareem, that's correct.
That is correct.
Okay.
It is a small gas station.
Kareem, can you just amend that portion of your report on the record then? Because there's a portion of your report that says that there's no gas station within a certain amount of distance that goes a lot farther than that.
On the west side of the street I was speaking of. And we also indicate that there is an additional gas station in that report. Do you not see that?
Okay, so you're saying that there's no gas stations on the west side of the street within a mile, is what you say in the report?
Correct. The nearest gas station going south is at 115th Street, and going north is at 99th and Halsted.
Okay. And then just for everyone's awareness, there is a gas station right across the street.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions from the board before we switch over to the objectors? Okay. Miss Bradley or Miss Reynolds, whoever wants to begin, I'll get you sworn in.
Okay, this is Miss Bradley.
Hi, Miss Bradley. Okay, will you state your name and address, please?
Sure. My name is Alicia Bradley. I live at 10645 South Emerald Avenue,
And do you swear, oh, sorry to
Yeah.
cut you off. Go ahead.
60628.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay, so what brings you here today?
Okay, I've lived in my house for 35 years. I've lived within the community for 50 years. And the reason that I'm here is my concerns about the increased traffic, as he has stated. Also, what he stated, also the gas station is on the northeast corner on Halsted. There is a gas station on 111th and Halsted behind the currency exchange. So, and then there's gas stations at 99th and Halsted. Both of those gas stations have shootings that occur frequently. And that's part of our concern, that we don't want that gun violence coming into our community. Also, there's a daycare right behind where they're going to build that the gas station. There's 2 daycare centers there. That's another concern that we have.
Okay. Okay, so looking at our standards, your argument would be that a gas station kind of goes against the general welfare of the community because of it being like a space of congregation? I'm just trying to formulate a little
Right,
bit.
and most of the people in the area are senior citizens or retired people.
Okay.
And I've talked to several of the neighbors because I started a petition, and most of the people in the area, they don't want this kind of thing coming into the area, bringing this kind of these people into the area. So they are with me with this. I'm like, how much community support or people in the community did they talk to?
Mm-hmm. Okay, and could you had some conversations with the applicant, right? Could you tell us from your perspective if anything, you've become more comfortable with anything?
Not really, no.
Okay. Do you have any questions for the applicant?
Not that I can think of, no.
Okay.
And Ms. Reynolds is on the line also. She should be on the line.
Yep, she's on. So if you have no more objection that you haven't already raised, we'll go to Ms. Reynolds.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Bradley.
Hello.
Hi, is this Ms. Reynolds?
Yes,
Great. Will you please state your name and address?
sure. My name is Michelle Reynolds. My address is 10655 South Emerald Avenue, Chicago 60628.
Thank you very much. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, great. Ms. Bradley, feel free to let us know what brings you here today.
Well, I have a concern because I noticed in the statement, they said that it would not be a large impact on the community. And I disagree with that completely. It would be a very large impact on the community. One, because I noticed when they were making their statement, they said it's going to be a 24-hour service. Why? Because directly across the street, we have a store there. This is going to be a mini mart. We have a store on the southwest corner, directly across the street from there. And I don't know why something has to be open for 24 hours. That's just trouble brewing there. Another question I needed to know is, what will they be selling there? You know, what kind of merchandise are they going to be selling in this mini mart? I live on the corner of 107th, 1 block east of Halsted. I'm constantly outside every day picking up trash already from the gas station that's already there. And, you know, from the bag of chips and things that they sell in the gas station. So this is just going to be more litter, more litter. And are they going to be selling tobacco products? I do have, these are questions I need answered.
Yep, and Ms. Reynolds, feel free to ask the applicant any questions. I'd like to, at this point in time, ask them if they considered any other hours in time frame other than 24 hours.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, the reason why we're going for 24 hours is because every single business within that area, mentioned 99 Holliston, the one across the street that's next to her house, and the one on 111th and Emerald. It's not on Holliston. It's one block east of Emerald, Holliston. It's on Emerald. Are all 24 hours. So just to keep up with my competition, I would have to be 24 hours as well.
It's bad enough with that mini mark being 24 hours. We don't need another 24 hours. I mean, okay, and I just needed to know what products are you going to be selling there?
We're going to be selling general produce just like any other station. It's kind of a food desert, in my opinion. I mean, there's a Save a Lot, but they're saying there's rumors that Save a Lot might leave. So we're trying to sell general produce to help ensure the community finds their milk, their bread, their their fruits, anything they need, anything that's in demand.
Are you going to be selling tobacco products?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, that's going to draw a lot of the young people there, a lot of the young people, 24 hours. You know, this is near the Roseland community. You know that I don't know if you're aware of it, but there's a lot of shootings on the south side of Chicago. And as Ms. Bradley stated, this is a retired community in this area. The majority of the people are senior citizens. This is trouble brewing.
I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
My name is Michelle Reynolds.
Michelle Reynolds. Miss Reynolds, you could reach out to me anytime. We work with the neighborhood. I mean, we have a gas station in Roseland on 103rd, 210 West 103rd. We have had yet to have a shooting. We've been there for 4 or 5 years. We have, like I told you, we're very proactive. We make sure no one's loitering. We sign affidavits with the police. They find anyone loitering, they pick them up. We have security guards. And that station particularly, we have 12, 14-hour security guards at that station. I mean, my argument is, since we do a good or clean or safe operation, in my opinion, that will drive those businesses that you say are unsafe out of business. You see what I'm saying? Because customers will dictate what businesses will stay in business by patronizing them. So in return, if the business is unsafe, you don't go to it. You go to a business that is safe. And in return, they will close down, and whoever is, safe or good for the community will stay in business. Like I told you, we are very in touch with the community. We just did, we have a station in the West Side, and we just did a fundraising event last week with Coors Helping Hand with Jesse and Shanta. We gave out back to school bags. We gave out 100 bags back to school. We did last Thanksgiving, and all our stations at Thanksgiving giveaway turkeys. We gave out like 40, 50 turkeys at each station. Like I told you, you could have my number, which is unlike any other businesses, and you could call me and we could work hand to hand. If you see any problems that do appear that you do not know of right now, let's say in the future, we're more than willing. We compromised. We gave out our driveways on 107th just because the neighborhood didn't want extra traffic on 107th Street. So we compromise, just like anything else.
Okay, as far as these giveaways, how is that conducted? Because there's a church on the corner here. They had a giveaway one Christmas. I couldn't get out of my garage for 2 hours because it was so many people in need. And that's great, that was a giveaway, but there were so many people in need. They came from all over the city once the word got around. My driveway was blocked, and I tell you, when that crowd left, we were out there all the next day, sweeping and cleaning up bottles and trash and everything. So what kind of giveaway is this?
That shouldn't be the case. That should be for the neighborhood, because we are, doing business in your neighborhood. It shouldn't be a giveaway for the whole city. It should be more local, and it should be more coordinated. And it should be, like I told you, 40 to 50 turkeys for families that we do know. It shouldn't be for the whole neighborhood, for the whole city. I mean, because like you said, then the neighborhood picks up all the cleaning and everything else. It should be more coordinated.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'd like to have your phone number, but I am truly opposed to something else being there for 24 hours.
No,
So I'd like to have your phone number.
you will get my phone number. I'm wondering
Ms.
if I can
Reynolds?
get my number.
Yes.
This is Paul Kolpak. I tried you a couple times so we can communicate. I tried you at 773-9.
No, let's not do phone numbers over the live stream.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Just, you've got my information, Ms. Reynolds. Contact me, give me your email address or another
okay.
phone number, and we'll make sure that Mr. Motion gets his information over to you. How's that?
I'll contact you by email because there is another phone number I could be reached at.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Reynolds.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
I just have a couple questions, Ms. Reynolds, if it's okay if I butt in, and then we'll let you ask any questions before we close out. But I wanted to ask Mr. Mosine, how many employees at certain times of the day do you expect to have? I know you mentioned security for a portion of the day. I'm just trying to get a view on what the capacity will be for trash cleanup, security, et cetera.
The minimum at any given time should be 2 to 3 employees, the minimum. I mean, and then it should go up to like 4 or 5 employees at a time during the rush hours.
Okay, and that'll be a mix of cashier, kind of someone who can be in and out cleaning up trash, kind of a all hands on deck group.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and also I was wondering too, do you know the hours of the Save a Lot? Because I was under the impression that might not be a 24-hour store.
You're correct. You're correct, but that I don't look at that as my competition. I look at the gas stations within the area. There's a few that she mentioned, and they're all 24 hours.
Okay, okay, good to know. Okay, Ms. Reynolds, didn't mean to cut you off. So if you have any more questions, feel free to ask them now.
Well, I just wanted to mention the Save a Lot is open until 10 p.m. And as far as it closing, I don't know anything about that, but it opens at 7 o'clock in the morning and it closes at 10. I just think that's plenty enough time for anyone to get the items that they need. And they do sell produce and milk, frozen. They have everything. It's a store there for the people in the community that do not have a car and they have to walk there. So this mini mark here is just going to be a competition for them in a sense. And I don't see the need of a 24-hour store. That's just what I have to say on that. I thoroughly oppose it. And I will be talking to you soon, Mr. Kolpak.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reynolds.
I want to step in. I just want to say competition shouldn't be something that we should, stay veer off from. Like competition should be something that's good for the neighborhood because, like I told you, that something that's good for the neighborhood, customers will patronize, and that would be the key for the businesses to survive.
Yeah, and we actually don't even really consider competition arguments. So with that, I think we can go back, Paul, and you can say any additional statements, and I want to give the board an opportunity to ask some more questions.
Statement, as I mentioned earlier, we really originally wanted the entrance and exit off of 107th Street. As I mentioned earlier, one of the concerns is that it will be very difficult to capture that traffic going east-west on 107th. But my client did it because the department said for the safety of the neighborhood, and he's testified that he's been a good neighbor elsewhere. I'm sure we can work with the local churches on any giveaway to make it an orderly transition for the neighborhood. The fact that he's willing to give up his phone number and provide security as a normal course of his business, I think speaks well for my client.
Okay, great. And thank you, everyone. And I want to give the board opportunity to ask questions. So any questions from the board? Okay, we've got the information we need on this one, so we will take it under consideration. And thanks everyone for your time in coming in.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bradley, Ms. Reynolds.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks, everyone. Okay, we're going to move right along. Next up is calendar number 303-21-Z at 2140 North Rockwell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Paul Kopak, office of 6767 North Milwaukee Avenue. I represent the applicant 2140 Rockwell LLC, Mr. Owen Duffy. I will also have his architect, Mr. Michael Cox. I would ask that we, your preference, if we could swear them both in at this time, or do you want to swear them in individually?
Let's swear them both in at this time. So, Mr. Duffy, if you're here, can you please state your name and address?
Yes, Owen Duffy, 5833 Blackstone Avenue, LaGrange, 60525.
Perfect. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
All right. Mr. Moresso, will you please state your name and address?
I don't see Mr. Moresso, Michael Moresso.
He could be the, let's see.
If he's signed in under some different name, he can raise his hand virtually.
Yep. Then Paul, just is Mr. Moresso, he's not the applicant, is he?
No, Mr.
Architect or?
Mr. Duffy is the applicant.
Okay, what's Mr. Moresso's role?
He's the architect.
Okay. We should have him present for questions potentially.
I agree. Owen, I reached out to him earlier.
Okay, let me just.
Can you try to get him on?
Yep, just bear with me.
Ask the address. I apologize.
I just tagged him, Paul, so we'll see if he.
Well,
don't
can
know if
I,
he can-
in influence, by the time I can make our presentation, put out the idea of the case, and hopefully he'll be back, or we can continue it until he comes on. Whatever your pleasure is, Mr. Chairman.
You know, give me a second. Yeah, you know, Paul, I think it would be best if the architect was on. So if we pass it, and then we'll circle back after the next case and try to hear it then. Paul, you got that?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Great.
I'm just trying to get ready for the next case.
Okay, yeah, are we still with you? Yep. Good. So let's move to calendar number 304-21-Z at 4901 West Deming.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. My name is Paul Kopak, office at 6767 North Milwaukee Avenue. I represent the applicant, Mr. Angel Aguilar, who is the owner of this property. I'd also like to, we have a family affair, so I'd like to introduce his wife, Olivia, also into this. She may have some comments on this file. So, and we have our architect, Mr. Ramon Contreras. Ramon, I'd like to ask you all, Chairman, would you swear them in individually, or do you want to do it all at one time?
Yeah, let's just, we can do it all at one time. So first up, I've got Mr. Aguilar. Can you please state your name and address?
Yes, I'm here.
State your name and address, please.
My name is Angel Aguilar. I live on 4907 West Deming Place in Chicago, Illinois, 60639.
Thank you very much. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I swear.
Perfect. Okay, and I apologize. Olivia, can you state your name and address as well?
Sure. My name is Olivia Marroquin. I live on 4907 West Deming Place, Chicago, Illinois, 60639.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. Thank you very much. And then do we have Mr. Contreras on the line?
Yes, sir.
Great. Mr. Contreras, will you please state your name and address?
Ramon Contreras, 5257 West Montrose, Chicago, Illinois, 60641.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Background of the property, the subject property is presently zoned RS3, single unit detached housing district. The survey dated August 22nd, 2018 indicated that the property was improved with a 1.5-story single family residence, which measured 20 feet 0.66 by 40.77. They had a side yard of east side setback of 1.27 feet and a west side setback of 3.07 feet for a combined setback of 4.34 feet. The front setback of the original building was 12.12 feet of the original. My client did obtain permits to accomplish three things. One, to reduce the side yard setbacks. He went in for a administrative adjustment, which was granted to him for that for the administrative adjustment. Unfortunately, he did not get his building plans in on time. That administrative adjustment lapsed. I have spoken to Mr. Valenciano regarding the side yards, and he has indicated to me that the side yards are in conformity with the nature of the block. That's why they had no problem granting that administrative adjustment. My client, when he purchased his property, received 3 permits. The first permit was issued on January 16, 2020 for a new 2-story rear addition, new second floor addition, and a new rear open deck to the existing single-family residence. The second and third building permits were issued to correct plumbing and sewer issues. The second permit was issued on July 16, 2020, and the third permit was issued on October 13, 2020. The building was constructed with these 3 permits. The reason we're here today is when he was completing this project, which we'll hear later that he and his family intend on occupying this building, the original stairs were not in compliance with the building code. The step was too narrow. So he had asked his architect to prepare drawings that would put it into compliance with the building code. He then built it. We then sent in our plans and drawings to the city. And it was at that time that the city first indicated to my client that he needed a variation for the stairway in the front. Nothing has changed to the front of the building. You'll note that it is still approximately 12 feet setback. All the work was done pursuant to permit on the rear of the building. It was just a matter, he didn't realize, he's not a contractor by trade. He didn't realize that he needed a permit for that. He built it out. And like I said, he brought in his plans and then was made aware of this. We went to the neighbors. He lives approximately 2 doors down from this building. He's been there for a number of years. And he talked to his neighbors, and we have given you a number of letters of support from those neighbors. We have a support from the alderman letter. Actually, the only person who did call me was the person immediately adjacent to this property. It was a Ms. Bruno. And I spoke to her on Saturday. She was confused as to the wording of the letter. She was concerned about the building in the rear, the additions to the rear. When I mentioned to her that we did this pursuant to permits, she was okay with that. She thought we were going to add on some additional space. Our hardship here is just the fact that my client made a mistake. The original house had stairs that went to the sidewalk. He thought that he was able to do the same thing. He thought he was doing something that was good because he was taking something that was not under the current building code and putting it to the current building code for the stairs, and didn't realize that this required a variation, and that's why we're here today.
Okay, great. Any questions from the board? Counselor, do you want to get on, ask questions of the architect, or?
Yeah, just briefly, just a couple quick questions, and then I'll just ask him to affirm his affidavit.
Perfect.
Ramon?
Yes, sir.
Could you please state your name?
Ramon Contreras.
And you're a licensed architect in your place of business, please.
Yes, I am a licensed architect. Address is 5257 West Montrose, Chicago, Illinois.
Ramon, as I mentioned to the board, you designed this property, and we received all the permits that were necessary for all the rear additions. And there has been no change to the front setback of the building. The original building was approximately 12 feet, 0.12, and this building is the same. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the issue here was the stairs. The original building had stairs that weren't under the code, and they did go out to the sidewalk. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And these stairs are designed to put it into compliance with the building code, which we did. We built this according to the building code, and then when you submitted the plans, that then the city indicated to us that we needed the variation, and that's why we're here today. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you prepared an affidavit, and if you were called on to testify further, you testified in substantial conformity with that affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions of my architect.
Okay, any questions from the board? Okay, I think we've got the information that we need here. So thank you everyone very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for your time. Appreciate it. Get a vote done.
Okay, Paul, do you know if we've gotten both people for 303-21-Z?
We can click on Owen. Owen? Because Owen, have we got the architect? Owen?
I haven't just got it. I haven't got a hold of him just yet, Paul. I'm not sure what the issue is.
Then I'm going to ask Mr. Chairman if you could
sure, we'll keep going.
Go on with the agenda, and as soon as we get our architect, I'll notify.
Okay, and okay, 1 second, Paul. Okay, we'll circle back. So let's go to
Thank you.
calendar number 307-21-Z.
Back to Dave and ask him a question.
Chairman, could you repeat that, please, again?
Yep, we're going to calendar number 307-21-Z.
Okay.
So this should be Mark Kupiec.
Chairman, can you hear me and see me?
Yes, I can, Agnes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Agnes Black. I'm an attorney with law office of Mark Kupiec and Associates, located at 77 West Washington Street, Chicago. And I'm here on behalf of the applicants, Cesar and Melba Kumbe, who are the owners of the property at 3059 West Montrose and the applicants in this variation. Do we have them on the line? Cesar?
Yes.
Amy? All right, so with me today, I have Cesar Kumbe and his daughter, Amy Kumbe, who will be helping us in case there is any translation issues. And we also have our project architect, Mario De Valle. So if you could, Mr. Chairman, swear them all in.
Yep, great. Okay, so Ms. Kumbe, can you please state your name and address?
Sure. My name is Amy Kumbe. My address is 4820 North Christiana.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I swear.
Great. Cesar, can you state your name and address as well?
Yes, my name is Cesar Kumbe. My residence is 3059 West Montrose, Chicago, 60618.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. And we'll get Mr. Del Valle as well. Mr. Del Valle, can you state your name and address?
Yes, my name is Mario Del Valle. My address is 1924 West Superior, Chicago, Illinois, 60622.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. Counselor, go right ahead.
All right, so by way of short summary, subject property located at the southeast corner of North Albany Avenue and West Montrose Avenue in a B3-2 district. It is improved with an existing 100-year-old two-story mixed-use building, which has a commercial unit on the ground floor and 3 dwelling units pursuant to prior permits issued. The rear of the property has a small 1-car garage and a parking pad, which is currently accessed by the existing driveway of Albany Avenue. The applicants have owned this property for 24 years, and for all these years, they have been operating a bakery from the existing commercial unit on the ground floor, providing very essential services for the community. The applicants intend to preserve and maintain this existing mixed-use building, and they are proposing to build a 2-story rear addition, approximately 980 square feet, and that addition will have parking garage for 2 cars on the first floor and a small dwelling unit on the second floor. While the attached garage can be built by right with 0 rear setback, they do need a variation to reduce the rear setback from 30 feet required to 0 to allow that dwelling unit on the second floor to be extended above the proposed garage. Mr. Kumbe and Ms. Kumbe, they are well-known and respected members of the local business community. They have explained this project to all their neighbors and they received overwhelming support. They also contacted Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez. Per Alderman's request, we have done an Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So per Alderman's request, we have done additional zoning mailing. We notified property owners within 750 feet of the subject property explaining the project again, and that resulted in a mailing of approximately 1,000 letters sent. I have not received a single phone call in objection to this project. And in addition, the applicants actually collected 30 letters of support from the neighbors, as well as the aldermen. Unfortunately, you may not have all of the letters in your exhibit. Some of those letters were collected, unfortunately, after the cutoff date. So we were not able to show them all, but they will be testifying to that effect. The site planning hardship in this case are due to the fact that the applicants need to preserve the existing building to minimize disruptions to their bakery business. This small rear addition is basically the only viable option for them, since the alternative, which is either a new construction building or upper story addition, would involve major investment, major construction, and they would not be able to continue to operate their business. So with that short introduction, I'd like to call Mr. Kumbe as my first witness.
Perfect. Go right ahead, Counselor.
Yes.
Okay, so state your name and address again for the record.
Yes, my name is Cesar Cumbe. My residence is 3059 West Montrose, Chicago, 60618.
Okay, and you have owned the subject property for 24 years, right?
Yes.
And all these years you've been operating your bakery business out of the commercial unit on the ground floor?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, correct.
All right, and you are proposing a 2-story rear addition, which will provide a new garage for 2 cars on the ground floor and 1 dwelling unit on the second floor, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And you need this rear setback variation to be able to extend that residential use over the proposed garage.
Yes.
And you have explored upper story addition as an alternative to this variation. However, you found that such plan would not be viable for you, correct?
It's correct. Yes.
Now, you are also advised that existing foundation and walls would need reinforcement in such case, which would cost you approximately $100,000 more in construction costs, and such extensive construction would be very disruptive to your business, correct?
It's correct. Yes.
Okay. So since the existing foundations and walls would not sustain upper story addition, what you're proposing with this small rear addition is the only option for you to make some improvements to the existing building, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Now, you are not a developer, so the usual profit margin analysis doesn't really apply here. But just to kind of estimate the construction cost, you were advised that with the proposed rear setback variation, your construction cost would be about $200,000, correct?
It's correct. Yes.
Yes. And you are estimating that the additional dwelling unit would bring you a monthly rent of about $900, correct?
It's correct.
And you need that unit to help you defray the cost of construction and building maintenance and real estate taxes. Correct?
Yeah, it's correct.
So you're not really seeking to maximize your profits, merely to just ensure economic viability of this project, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you obviously are very familiar with the neighborhood. You've been there for 24 years. So you don't believe that this variation will change the essential character of the neighborhood, correct?
It's correct.
There are many other buildings that also do not preserve that rear setback
It's
in
correct.
the neighborhood, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we did submit that list to the board. Some of those addresses along Montrose Avenue, that's 3443 West Montrose, 3015, 3105, 4351, correct?
It's correct.
Okay, good. And you have talked to your neighbors, you have talked to the alderman about this project, you've collected 30 letters of support, correct?
It's correct.
So everybody's kind of excited to see this project going ahead.
It's correct.
Okay. And Cesar, you have signed the affidavit which contained your statements addressing all the criteria for this variation, correct?
It's correct. Yes.
So if I continue to ask you a question, will your testimony be consistent with your statements contained in that affidavit?
Yes, I will.
Okay, good. And that's all that I have for this witness. Mario, can you state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Mario Del Valle. My address is 1924 West Superior Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60622.
Okay, good. You are the project architect?
Yes.
And in preparation, you have inspected the property and you are familiar with the neighborhood?
Yes,
Okay, so in your professional opinion, strict compliance with the rear setback requirements for this rear addition for the 100-year-old building would create particular hardship for this property, correct?
yes, they will not have any other viable alternative options to add the dwelling unit to which they are entitled under the B3(2) district.
Okay. And Mario, you have also signed an affidavit which contained your statements addressing all the criteria for this rear setback variation.
Yes,
And if I continue to ask you a question, will your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
yes.
Okay, so that is all that I have of my witnesses. We are happy to answer any questions that you or the commissioners may have.
Yeah, great. Commissioners, feel free to shout out any questions. I just have an initial question on, are we losing parking here? Because I know there's there's like a mini garage to the side, and you're going to be doing the addition where the spots are, which I know the addition will include 2 spots. But can we give an overview on how many spots there are now compared to how many there will be after this? Should it be granted?
Yes, Caesar, would you be able to tell the board how many parking spaces you have right now, as opposed to the 2-car garage that you're proposing?
Just one I have right now.
So he has a 1 garage and then you have a parking pad. Are you parking 1 car over there? 2 cars?
Yes.
1 car? Okay, so so I guess essentially it's the same number of cars. It's just that he's gonna have a new garage and secure garage.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Questions from the board? Okay, thank you everyone for your time today. Enjoy your weekends and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you very much for your time, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna keep circling back to see if we've got what we got who we need on 303-21-Z. So Councilor Kolpak, if you're there, let us know if you've got both witnesses. Hey, Paul, I see you. I think you're just muted.
Am I better now, Mr. Chairman?
Yep, you're all good.
Thank you.
Okay, do you have everyone you need?
I believe so. I just talked to my client. He said the architect is on the line.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I see him, and we will we'll clarify titles as we swear people in. But Paul, I think you can go right ahead.
So we go back to 2138 Rockwell. That's not what's on the screen.
Yeah, so we're going to 303-21-Z. Sorry about that, Jeanette. I should let you know. So yeah, I have it as 2140 North Rockwell.
That's fine. Again, Mr. Chairman, my name is Paul Kolpak, office at 6767 North Milwaukee Avenue. I represent the applicant in request for a zoning variation to reduce the rear yard from the required 22 to that of 0. The subject zoning property is presently classified as a B2-3 neighborhood mixed-use district, has a lot area of approximately 3,557 feet or 0.081 acres. The zoning lot is a right triangle, as you can see from the survey. Shaped lot with the north property line abuts a public alley that runs west perpendicular to North Rockwell Street for a distance of 91.50 feet. The east property line fronts on a west right-of-way line of North Rockwell Street, measuring 77.75 feet in depth. The south property line runs along another public alley that has an angle of 49.71 degrees, running northwest, a distance of approximately 120 feet, which intersects the previously referenced public alley. If granted the request variation, the applicant seeks to construct a 4-story, 4-dwelling unit building with a basement and attached 4-car garage. The proposed building will contain a building area of 9,565 square feet, resulting in an FAR of 2.69 feet. Finally, the City of Chicago Council approved a Type 1 zoning application on November 20th, 2018, pursuant to application number 19705T1. The development was approved for that. I spoke to Mr. Valenziano a number of months ago to find out if the Type 1 had sunset. He indicated to me it did not. He indicated that as long as we built in substantial conformity to the plans that were approved under the Type 1, that we would, in fact, be able to do so. As I mentioned, the hardship here is the triangle lot. Based on that, you can see that it really doesn't have a traditional rear yard because it comes to an apex, and hence the hardship. As you can see, how you define rear is very difficult. It's generally described as the apex here because these are side yards and there's no side yard variation required in a B2-3. The architect has taken a setback of approximately 20 feet east of the apex point here. And I'd like to get Michael sworn in and have him address the hardship of designing this property to meet the Type 1 that was approved by the community on this odd-shaped lot.
Okay, great. And I believe we've got to get Mr. Duffy sworn in as well, right?
Correct.
Okay, I'll get them both sworn in. So, Mr. Duffy, can you state your name and address?
Yes, Owen Duffy, 5833 Blackstone Avenue, LaGrange, 60525.
Okay, perfect. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. All right, Michael Moresso, state your name and address, please.
Michael Moresso, 120 West Madison, Chicago, Illinois, 60602.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, great. And just to clarify, because Paul was titling you as architect going forward, I have from past board experience, you're a design consultant, right? You're not an architect?
Correct. I'm a design consultant, but I am with the principal of the firm right now. He is next to me.
Okay, great. But just so we're clear on the record, you're not a licensed architect?
Correct.
Okay, great.
Michael, who is the head of the firm that you're with? What is his name? Just in case he has to testify, we might want to have him sworn in.
Sure. His name is Michael Cox.
Mr. Chairman, would you swear Mr. Cox because Michael was the one who had the affidavit, the architect's affidavit.
Okay, yep, Mr. Cox, please state your name and address.
Sure, it's Michael Cox, 120 West Madison, Chicago, Illinois, 60602.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay.
Michael, could you explain the difficulty in meeting the rear yard setback on this property, designing a building that would comply with the Type 1 that was approved in 2018?
Sure. Well, it's my understanding that so the lot it's only 91.5 feet deep by 77.75 feet in the other direction, and it's my understanding that because there's only 3 sides to this lot, the city takes the alley property line, which is the one that's really on an angle, and the 30-foot setback requirement comes from that line inward. So basically, when you offset that line, it basically, I mean, takes away half the lot, if not more, for rear yard. So that's why the denial letter, the zoning denial letter goes from 30 feet to 0, because our back wall is on that rear property line, which if we set off 30 feet would dissect the lot in half. And I would say that's because we don't have 4 sides of like a typical rectangular property.
Any questions for my architect?
No, are you gonna get the applicant on as well? We can take.
Oh, sure. Owen, could you please state your name? Identify yourself, please.
Owen Duffy, owner of 2140 Rockwell LLC.
And Owen, could you give us the economics of this development? If this variation is not granted, and if it is granted, what would you consider, what would be your expenses and what would be your sellout?
The lot itself is quite unusual because it's triangular. It's very, I would say, probably impossible to build any sort of, especially condos on it, if without the rear yard setback. This would 4-unit condo building with a duplex stand and 3 simplex units.
What would be your cost of acquisition and construction for this property?
So cost of acquisition plus construction is approximately 2.2 million.
And if you were successful in your sell-off, what would you net?
Net, the sellout is expected to be around 3 million.
So you'd be making approximately $800,000 less soft costs, et cetera. So you'd probably be making.
There's significant soft costs involved here.
And so what would be your net on your investment?
It would be around 90,000 per unit.
So about $360,000. So you'd be making approximately 15% to 18% on your investment. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you feel that's an adequate return on your money for the risk involved, is that correct?
Correct.
No further questions on Mr. Duffy.
Okay, so just to clarify too, so is the reason that they're in the economic analysis, the column for without variations is not filled out, is it because it's not feasible without the variation?
That's exactly the reason, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Okay, questions from the board? All right, we'll take this under consideration. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Okay, I just,
Thank you.
I'm assuming, Mr. Cox, just cleaning it up, you prepared an affidavit. If you were called on to testify further, you testified substantial compliance with that affidavit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I have no further questions.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. We'll take this under consideration.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go now to calendar number 309-21-S. I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation. 309-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon.
Chairman, I don't see Attorney Tom Moore He has 3 cases.
Oh, he was, I think he might be back. I think he had warned that he had run out, but that he was back. Let's see. Hey, Counselor Moore, if you're trying to log back on, raise your hand.
I think I'm here. Am I here?
Yeah, you're here. You think correctly. Tom,
Let me promote him, Chairman, 1 second.
Am I here now? Can you see me?
Yep, you are.
I'm very sorry. I was distracted for a minute.
No, that's okay. So I read the department's recommendation for 308 dash, sorry, not 308. 1 second. My notes are all over the place. For 309-21-S, and we can get going on it.
Okay, so do I have Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Fernandez?
So you're looking for Tony Fernandez.
We don't have them?
No, it doesn't look like it.
Actually, we do have Darren Hernandez.
Yeah, he's one of the two.
Mr. Hernandez, you have to click on the button that says allow to be panelist.
And we're looking for Tony Fernandez, who is the applicant.
They're partners, but you're correct. Tony signed the affidavit, but they were maybe going to be together.
Okay.
They're not responding. They're not unmuting themselves, and they're not accepting to be panelist.
Okay. Let's give it a second.
999610. Yeah, they're waiting for you here. Are you on the Zoom? Okay. I just talked to him. He said he'll be right here. I'm sorry.
We've got them as an attendee, so half the battle. We've just got to have them accept their promotion.
You're next. So, okay. Seven, 8, 2, 9, 9, 9, 6.
Tom, if they're having issues, we could go to 311.
Okay. Well, maybe we should do that.
Yeah, let's go to 311. Keep things moving. So we're going to call calendar number 311-21-Z. This is at 1421 West Highland Avenue.
So I'm looking for Tanya and Joe Ryan. Or no, I'm sorry. Yeah, Tanya, no.
No Joe on this one. We've got Dennis Hello.
That's right. I'm sorry. The architect and Tanya, right?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. I'm sorry, I'm ruining last names today. I don't know, I'm tongue-tied. So with that, Counselor, go ahead.
Would you like to swear Tanya in?
Yes, yeah. Ms. Valencia, can you please state your name and address?
My name is Tanya Valencia at 1421 West Highland Avenue.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
So Tanya, will you tell the board where you live and who you live there with?
I live at 1421 West Highland Avenue with my husband, Dennis Saliovich, and my daughter.
And how long have you lived there?
We've been here since 2012, so 9 years.
And when you got there, what was the condition? You do not have a garage, is that right?
That's correct, just a parking pad.
And when you got there, what was the condition of the gate to get in the parking pad?
It was an old rickety gate, opened out onto the alley. It was falling apart and very difficult to open and close, and it just kept deteriorating.
So when you opened it, it would block the alley?
Correct.
And so what did you do?
So it made sense for us to put a sliding gate in that space because of the length. It made sense for us. We didn't want something that continued opening out in the alley. It blocked, and there wasn't enough space to open inward.
And so what did you do to get that done?
We hired a contractor.
Okay. And as far as you knew, was the contractor taking care of everything?
Yes.
And
yes.
Was it a surprise to you more recently when the city cited you and you found out that there wasn't a proper permit, and to get a permit, you needed a variance?
Yes, correct.
And so you've gone through the expense of hiring an architect and a lawyer, and you're trying to just come into compliance. Is that right?
That's correct. We're trying to legitimize the gate.
Okay. And actually that's cost you more than the original gate did in the first place. Is that right?
Correct.
And we have as exhibits letters from 4 of your neighbors on either side supporting you. Is that right?
Correct. Both adjacent neighbors and then a couple other neighbors on our block as well.
Okay. And as you walk around your neighborhood, there are other similar gates like this. Is that right?
Yes. Yes. We submitted those as well.
Okay. And you and I worked out, I'm sorry.
And additionally, we have the support of our alderman's office.
And you and I worked out a affidavit, and if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Yes.
That's all I have of Tanya. There is an architect should be on as well.
And Tom, I understand that we might have Dan Luna on from the alderman's office. So
Okay.
Up to you when you want to call on Dan.
Well, Dan's a busy guy, so maybe we could have him next.
Yep, let's see if he's found his way on.
Mr. Chairman, I am on the call right now.
Great. Okay, Dan, can you please state your name and address?
Yes, sir. My name is Dan Luna. I am the Chief of Staff for Alderman Harry Osterman here in the 48th Ward. Our address is 5533 North Broadway.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. Then I think it makes sense right now for you to voice any opinion on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the zoning board. Again, Dan Luna, Chief of Staff for Alderman Harry Osterman. I've been working with this nice couple for the last couple years on this project. We asked them to go out and visit with their neighbors, which they did. Their neighbors reached out to our office showing support for their request. So with that being said, Alderman Osterman also supports the request for the neighbors, Tanya and Dennis over there.
Okay, great. Thanks so much, Dan. And if you just stay on through the matter in case there's some questions for you, that might be helpful.
Yes, sir. Be happy to.
Great. Thanks for coming. All right, go right ahead, Tom.
Well, I think we should have an architect as well, I believe.
Thomas is here.
Yeah, thank you. You, sir, are with a firm, and this couple, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, would you mind swearing him in?
Yeah, so is this Thomas Home?
Yes.
Okay, will you please state your name and address?
Thomas Home. The address for the architecture firm is 965 West Chicago Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. The principal architect is Prashant Mahakali.
Okay, great. And just to be clear, are you an analyst? Are you an architect, or are you here?
No,
more
I am a architectural designer or consultant.
Okay. Okay, great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So actually, this couple came to you with this problem. They had to do plans for a gate that was already there. Is that right?
Yes.
And so you drew the as-built plans and submitted for permit. And if this board were to grant the variance, then a permit could issue and this gate could be legitimized. Is that right?
Yes.
And if that happens, it will be fully compliant. Your drawings would be compliant with the all of the ordinances of the city. Is that right?
Yes.
And the reason it needs a variance is because the structure above the gate itself is higher than 6 feet, and that's why a variance is needed. Is that right?
Yes.
And you and I worked out an affidavit. If you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with that affidavit. Is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that's our case in chief. But each of these people are available for questions should you have any.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, I think so. To the gate to the top is 9 feet 4 inches. What's
Yes.
How tall is the opaque portion? So the portion that cannot be seen through?
It is about it's about 6 feet 8.
Okay, so a couple of feet above that. Okay, questions from the board?
I have a couple of questions. When was this gate built?
I can answer. The gate was built in summer of 2019, June 2019.
And what was the name of the contractor that built it?
Miguel Martinez.
Was there a company, like a contracting company involved, or just an individual?
An individual, he came highly recommended by my husband, one of my husband's former colleague that he did a lot of work with. And he gave us pricing that, you know, we could afford. So we went with him, trusted him.
Was there any discussion of permits needed to erect the gate?
It was our understanding that that was taken care of. After we received a text message from one of the neighbors that sent a support letter shortly after the gate was built, that it looked like there was an inspector, someone outside of our gate with a clipboard when we were at work. When we came home, there wasn't any documentation or anything. And then a couple months after that is when we received the summons, the court summons for the hearing. When we saw that, then we reached out to him. My husband had a couple conversations with him to say, you know, the city's looking for the permit documentation. We have to provide it, we have to appear. And he said that he would get back to us, that he didn't handle it, there was somebody else. And this happened a couple times, and then we didn't hear back from him. He did not return my husband's calls, and it's been a couple of years since we've, you know, we addressed it right then, and then we didn't hear from him.
So did Mr. Martinez, before he built the gate, did he tell you that he was going to get the permits for this project?
Yes, I mean, we talked about, you know, we wanted a gate that conformed with, you know, with the neighborhood and the permits. So that was our understanding. Okay. Yes.
Did you ever ask to see the permits before he constructed the gate?
We did not. We did not.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
And Ms. Valencia or Tom, just to, so will you give us a little, like, a view of the neighborhood? There's many of these gate systems or similar setups or fences.
Is that a question?
Yes.
We submitted pictures of that Tanya took in the immediate neighborhood, and 6 or 8 of them, and they have addresses on them, and I think 2 of them are on the same block.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So 2 are on the same block. I'm just trying to, you know, give a verbal vision for everyone. I would also say to board members, since the alderman's chief of staff is on, we can also ask them any questions should there be any just about the support. Any other questions? Okay, we'll take this under consideration. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you
very much.
Yep, thank you.
So I was calling Mr. Hernandez, and he said they were on now. Can you see him on?
We've got Mr. Hernandez. I'm looking for Mr. Fernandez. We decided they might be together, right? I'm asking.
Well, they told me they were planning on that. I don't know if it happened or not.
Let's see. Okay, I think we have them promoted. So Mr. Hernandez, if you're still muted.
Hi, I unmuted myself.
Okay, great, perfect. This is 309-21-S. And if you bear with me, I want to read the department's recommendation.
Okay.
Give me a second, because I already did it once and I throw them on the ground once I've read them. So, okay, it's okay. So for calendar number 309-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon.
So, Mr. Chairman, would you mind swearing these gentlemen?
Sure thing. Okay, so first up, Mr. Fernandez, can you please state your name and address?
Antonio Fernandez, and my address is 9600 South Karlov Avenue, Oak Lawn, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. All right. Mr. Hernandez, are you on as well?
Yes.
Great. Will you please state your name and address?
Aaron Hernandez, 5117 West 64th Place, Chicago, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. And we've got Joe Ryan on as well. Joe, I actually don't think we've seen you yet today. Correct me
Yes, I was on a case earlier, Chairman.
Okay, then you've been sworn in, and I clearly have short-term memory loss. So, but we recognize your expertise based off of many past appearances.
Thank you.
So Tony, since you did the affidavit, will you tell us who you are and why Mr. Hernandez is with you?
Okay. Well, my name's Antonio Fernandez, as you know, and I've been in the barber industry for several years now, and I've been they're in the Chicagoland area, so I know a lot about it. And I built a nice clientele over the years, so I think we could do very prominent stuff in this location. But this is my manager / business partner, so he would be managing most of the business for me.
Okay. And so Darren is a vet, is that right?
Yes.
And you're both went to barber school, and you're both have been cutting hair, is that right?
Yes.
Correct.
But you've been doing it for other people, and you'd like to have your own business, is that right?
Yep.
Yes.
And so you found this location on Archer, and you've talked to the landlord, and it was vacant and available. And you went and saw the alderman to make sure that he didn't have any objection. And then you have a contingent lease. And if this board grants the special use, you hope to establish your own business here for the foreseeable future. Is that right?
Yes.
And Tony, you and I addressed each of the criteria necessary for the board to grant a special use. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with that affidavit that you signed. Is that right?
Correct.
That's all I have of these gentlemen. Joe Ryan, you did a study of the area and did a report on whether or not this application could meet all the criteria necessary for the board to grant a special use, and whether or not it would have a negative effect on the surrounding property values. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what did you find?
I found that there was only one other personal service use in the area, that this was very good location. There was parking along Archer Avenue, and it was near the CTA Orange Line stop. So it was very good location for personal service use.
And in terms of the criteria and the lack of a diminutive effect on surrounding properties, what did you find there?
Yes, it met all the criteria, and it would in no way impact values in the neighborhood.
And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with your report. Is that right?
I would.
Mr. Chairman, that's pretty much our case. All of these gentlemen are available for questions.
Great. Okay. Yeah. So, Tony, I've got that you're going to have 6 employees around.
Yes, correct.
And will all of them be licensed?
Yes, they would have to.
Okay. Us two, and then 4 others.
Okay, great. And it's open until 8 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Cool. Any other questions from the board?
No.
No.
Oh, sorry. Any other questions from the board? As much as you guys just might want this to be over, there might be some questions on our end.
No, it's fine.
Okay, you guys are right. It sounds like there's none. So we will take this under consideration. And thanks very much for your time today.
Great. Everyone have a great weekend.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one more case and then I'm going to assist with the case after my cases, if that's okay.
Yep. Okay, good. Yeah. So we're moving to 312-21-Z, which is your case on Halsted.
Yes. So hopefully we have Sheila, who's the owner and proprietor. And I think she's on a, there
I'm
she is.
here.
Oh, good. Okay.
So,
Mr. Chairman, would you mind swearing her in?
Yeah, Miss Blockson, will you please state your name and address?
my home address or the property address?
Whatever you prefer is fine.
Okay, my name is Sheila Blockson, and the property address is 12717 South Halsted in Chicago 60628.
So Sheila, what's located there is a tavern that's been there since the 60s. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you,
sorry, Tom, I missed swearing Miss Blockson in. That's
I'm
my
very sorry.
Miss Blockson, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great, thank you very much.
And so you knew the owner, and he was an older man and somewhat failing in his ability to take care of the business. And in 2014, you bought the business from him. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And with the alderman's assistance or support, you were able to transfer the tavern license from his name to your name. Is that right? In 2014.
Yes, that is correct.
And then in 2019, you came and you wanted to do everything right and above the board. And he had some things that needed fixing. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so in 2014, you came, I'm sorry, in 2019, you came in front of this board and we got a special use to expand this non-conforming use when you added a kitchen and made the kitchen legal. Is that right?
That is correct.
And your occupancy is only 93. Is that right?
That is correct.
But all the way back to the 60s, this location has always had a DJ on weekends and occasionally a couple instruments, a blues band of some sort. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And it's kind of known in the neighborhood for that, going for now 40 years or so. Is that right?
Very, very, extremely well known.
Okay. So, but you would like to support that, you would like to be able to charge a small cover charge. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And in order to do so, you need a PPA license. Is that right?
Yes, because I want to do things the right way.
And so what you found out when you applied for a PPA license is there is a residential district across the alley. And so in order to get a PPA license, you need a variance to allow, you need this board to say it's okay for you to have the PPA license even though you're across the alley from a residential district. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you know any of the people across the alley?
Yes, I know them all. I know them all. They frequent us on a regular basis.
Okay. And I mean, you know them by name. You've known them for a long time. Is that right?
Yes, since I've owned the bar. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you told them what you were doing here. Is that right?
Yes, and they were extremely excited.
And you, as far as you know, there are absolutely no objectors that you're aware of. Is that right?
Oh, no. No one is objecting. In fact, they're looking forward to it.
And you've also, you've been in touch with the alderman's office. You've had her support from the beginning, is that right?
Yes, I've always had her support.
How do you make sure that the noise from either the DJ or the band, occasional band, doesn't bother the people across the alley?
Oh, the building is completely all brick, so it's solid, and the noise never goes, it doesn't seep outside, and our doors are always closed, so therefore everything is on the inside. It never seeps outside. I've never ever had an issue with someone saying that there was a noise problem. We've never had that problem.
So you've never had, a 311 call or a police
No.
call or anything, any neighbors being disturbed?
No, never.
And what do you do about security?
Well, on the weekend, we have security on the weekend, just because it's busier on the weekend than it is during the week, and because we have a DJ on the weekend, we want to make sure that everyone is checked. We make sure that that everyone is that comes in is. We have a lot. You know what? For the most part, everybody that comes there has been coming there for years. We have really, really, really good people who come in, but we just have security on the weekend just because sometime on the weekend there are people who come in who don't necessarily come all the time. But we do have security on Friday and Saturday evenings.
Okay. And you and I went through each of the criteria necessary for the board to grant this variance. And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Oh, yes, sir.
And you're available for questions should any of the board members have questions.
Yes, I am.
That's pretty much our case, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you. And Ms. Blockson, quick clarification. I know on Saturdays you stay open until 3. The hours are going to remain the same as they have been, correct? You're not extending the hours if you get the license? Okay.
No, sir, we're not.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Okay, Ms. Blockson, thank you very much for coming today, and we're going to take this under consideration.
Thank you very much for hearing it. I appreciate you.
Yep, enjoy your weekend.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, one more matter, and then we're going to do a quick recess. But yes, Tom?
Yeah, well, I wasn't the attorney who filed the next case, but I have worked kind of behind the scenes with the lawyer, Mark Ordauer, and he asked if I would sit in and kind of help present the case.
Okay, great. Yeah, is Counselor Ordauer on?
I am, Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, and Tom has appeared before you quite a few times, and I haven't appeared before this body in many years. So I've asked him to kind of carry the torch here.
Perfect. And Counselor Ordauer, quantity means absolutely nothing. So, so go right ahead. Whoever wants to take it can lead the way.
So, well, I think the church's representative is a Dan Novak. Is he on?
I am.
So, Mr. Chairman, would you mind swearing Mr. Novak?
Yes, Dan, can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Dan Novak, 1300 North Lakeshore Drive in Chicago.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Novak, will you tell the board who you are and how you're related to this property?
So I am a member of this church, Second Church of Christ Scientist at 2700 North Pine Grove Avenue. I've been a member for about 20 years. I currently serve as the treasurer of the church, and I have been involved over these last 5-ish years in our working on the future of our building.
And how long has the building been there?
We held our first service on Easter Sunday of 1901. So about 120 years.
Okay, and in terms of the size of congregation, traditionally, how large was it?
Well, I'll just speak for the time that I have been there. It's been modest for sure. It well below what it was certainly when the building opened, and this is the issue that we're grappling with.
And what is the issue? Why have you, for the last 5 years, what's the issue you've been groping with?
Because a building of this size and age requires a great deal of maintenance that we have not been able to keep up with, and we're not in a position to really grapple with going forward.
And so you said for 5 years you've been trying to find a solution, and is it true that you had a number of proposals, and for one reason or another they didn't work out, but now you have one that you're hopeful can work out?
Yes, indeed. It was our goal to really turn over every single stone and do our very, very best due diligence in finding a solution to our future that would honor the legacy of our building, pay tribute to the effort that has been made by hundreds of members over the last 120 years, and honor the neighborhood in a way that would allow us to continue operating at the same location for another 120 years. And
I'm sorry.
Just to say that, and that we feel like we found it.
So, and the solution you found is that with Larry Booth Architects, you have created a plan that will preserve the building and will preserve a worship space for your congregation, but will then, by adding some apartments in the back where the parking lot is basically, and into the part of the building, will actually be able to make your church viable for into perpetuity, hopefully. Is that right?
Hopefully so. Yes, that's exactly this. It meets all their goals in just the most beautiful way by having the three walls, east, west, and south, maintained, with the main entrance on the south wall maintained. That was continue to be our entrance. We'd have a worship space right inside those doors, and then, as you say, the rest of the building would be amended in a way that then provides us with resources to go on for 120 years plus.
And you presented this plan to the local community organization and to your immediate neighbors and to the alderman's office over a series of many months. Is that right?
We did indeed. We've been in constant communication, particularly with Alderman Smith and with the Park West Community Association.
And we have a letter of support from Alderman Smith and from the Park West Community Organization. Is that right? We
do indeed. We're grateful for it.
And you hope to, if this is allowed, strike that, I'm sorry. I guess I'll just go to, you and I went through a affidavit where you addressed each of the criteria necessary for the board to grant these variations. And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with them. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
And you're available for questions should the board have any. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. I think I would ask Larry Booth to, if he's on, is he here? Mark, do you know, do we have Larry?
I don't, we just got a message and he hasn't responded.
Yeah, Tom,
But-
Tom, it's Benton Booth. I've been trying to reach Larry.
Who is your dad?
Yes, who is my father, and and we're both working on this project. So, possibly I could fill in if he, but I haven't been able to get in reach him, since the
So he
last
was-
case was up.
he was on earlier and he had to take a train or something. He was going to be on his phone. Is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Booth, Larry Booth was under attendees, but then he dropped off just like 5 minutes ago.
I don't know if it's a technical difficulty or what has happened.
He's back in. I'm promoting him.
Oh, good.
Mr. Booth, you have to click on that button that says accept to be a panelist. Okay. You can just unmute yourself also. That'll work as well. There you go.
I'm unmuted, yes. Thank you.
So-
Sorry about that. I'm on my phone and it just, I must have walked into a strange zone.
Oh, that's okay. And Larry, so will you please state your name and address?
Larry Booth, architect, 333 South Des Plaines, Chicago, Illinois, 60661.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Booth, you're a longtime architect, is that right?
I guess you might say that.
And and you like interesting challenges and you like to preserve old buildings if you can, is that right?
I do. I've been a great worker in the preservation movement, and from Printers Row to Old St. Patrick's Church.
And so when this project came to you, you saw it as an opportunity to perpetuate a congregation that had been there for 120 years and also save 3 sides of a facade that has been a landmark in the neighborhood. Is that right?
Yes, the facade contributes greatly to the neighborhood. The texture of it, the great craftsmanship of Solomon Beeman, the original architect. It's a great thing to treasure. And if you can't save it all, at least save the most important part.
But also, besides saving the building, you're also, or the most important part of the building, you're also allowing this congregation to continue because they'll have a dedicated portion of it for their worship space. Is that right?
And they would be entering their smaller worship space through the same doors that they have entered for the last 120 years. So that worked out very, very nicely.
And while churches cannot be landmarked, this was, however, an orange building. Is that right?
Yes, I believe it was.
And you had to go through, you had to have some dealings with landmarks who approved your design as well, isn't that right?
Well, we had several public hearings, and as has been said, the Park West and the aldermen support this.
Right. And you and I worked out a little affidavit where you addressed each of the criteria necessary for the board to grant these variances. And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with your affidavit. Is that right?
Yes, I would, very enthusiastically.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, that's basically our case.
Okay. Before we go to questions on the board, I'm wondering if, since this is a development, if we can get a little bit of information on economic analysis, because I didn't see much in the application related to that, definitely not using our form.
So I think, Mr. Chairman, if I may, my understanding is that like many cases that come in front of the board, before people spend a lot of money on, detailed architecture, et cetera, they see if it can fly, so we can ask Dan, but I'm not sure that all the, ownership and whether it's condo or apartments or all those details are finalized. If indeed this is a viable, these variances are viable and this project can move forward, those things will be more pinned down, I believe.
Sure. I know just part of the reason for the project is to turn a profit or related to the economic issues. So I think there some summary of how this will be profitable would be appreciated.
So Dan, can you, as best you can, answer the chairman's question?
To the degree that I can, to say that, as the owners of the property, that we, to maintain our operation requires financial resources, and that from the results of this next step would provide us with some resources to be able to keep maintaining our operation, to financially support our operation in perpetuity. That was one of the goals we had in the process.
Okay.
I think if I could, I don't know if I'm being heard, but if I could say that this is a very unusual project, so it's very difficult to, the risk is higher than normal because we have to ensure that the building that remains will stand proudly there for 120 years. So, but we think that taking the risk is worth it.
This is Commissioner Esposito. Could I ask a question, please? More to this fact, could you, I guess we're talking about why the variances are necessary, not why the project itself. So if these variances weren't granted, how might the economy and economics of this project suffer?
Well, it might be impossible to do what we're doing.
Well,
I mean, to fit this thing in to the situation, we did our best to keep the variations. We tried as hard as we could not to have any variations, but it just wasn't possible.
So without them, the project would not be possible?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And I think, Dan, you talked about the 5 years. There were many other proposals, is that right? But why weren't any of them, why didn't any of them seem viable like this one does?
I don't think any of the other proposals included a space for us to stay in the building. It would have been, they ranged from us just vacating completely and having the space be developed to having the building be raised. And we did not like any one of those options.
Okay, great. And on that note too, I know the other attorneys knew, but always on these variations, even if it can't all be filled in because of the uniqueness of the project, we like to see our economic analysis and we ask that it's provided to extent our form can be filled in. Here I get not viable without the variation. Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, this is Jolene Saul. So is the church developing this, or is there a developer, and are you going to sell it to the developer and rent back the space? How is that working? And sorry if I missed that earlier.
So we've been partnering with Booth Hansen, Larry and Booth Hansen, and also with Ogden Partners, a developer, in creating this plan. And the way in which we'll come out of this, as Mr. Moore was saying, is things we're still kind of talking about relative to know after we are aware that we can move forward with the plan. But I would just say that we would, the church is, our business is about operating a worship, service for the community. That's our primary mission.
Okay, so sorry, you haven't worked that out yet. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's correct.
And the development partner is not here today, is that correct?
Mr. Novak just said that he's working with Booth Hanson and with Ogden Partners. Fenton Booth and Mark Ordauer are both Ogden Partners, and Larry Booth is the other. I think he's an Ogden partner too. So everyone is here.
Okay, I just assumed they would have some sense of the financial feasibility if the church didn't. Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions from the board? All right, thank you, everyone, and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for the time.
Enjoy your
All
weekend.
right,
Thanks.
You too.
thank you.
Okay, we're gonna do a break just under 15 minutes. Thank you, board, for, I know this was a long gap. So I'm gonna call a recess until 5 p.m. Central Time. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Great, I vote yes. See everyone at 5. All right, everybody. I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we are back. So moving right along into the final stretch, let's go to calendar number 314-21-Z. So Tim Barton, when you're on, let us know. Oh, Tim, you're on mute.
Got it.
There we go. Counselor, go right ahead.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I should have 3 witnesses on the call.
Okay, yeah, let's see. I know we've got the Witchers. I see them.
Okay. And their architect will be joining us as well.
Great.
Okay.
That's Brad
Good.
DeFry.
Okay. Then let me go forward. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Attorney Tim Barton with the law offices of Thomas Range, 20 North Wacker Drive. I'm here today representing the Lichters, Sarah and Dylan Lichter. Brad DeBreeze is also joining us. He is the project architect. This request is for the removal of the rear yard open space requirement for this lot, which is improved with 2 existing buildings. It's an unusual situation here. The property itself is in RS3 district. Right now, you're looking at the front building on Sacramento. It's an irregularly shaped lot. It's a right triangle. As you see, it's adjacent to an alley on the right-hand side of the photograph, and or actually in the foreground. And there's a 1-story auto garage, which is immediately to the left in this picture. There are 2 principal buildings on this lot: the single-family residence you see, and the 1-story warehouse building. The residence was built circa 1895. The brick warehouse building was built probably in the 1940s for the warehouse of a publication or a bookbinding company that the previous owner of the house built or owned rather. The Wichters purchased the property to renovate the rear house. In developing their plans, they discovered that having 2 principal buildings on a single lot is prohibited, and therefore would require an addition to link the 2 properties. The zoning department has a standard that it has to be a substantial connection, and we worked with the department, and Steve Valenciano in particular was very helpful in guiding us. The addition will meet all of the zoning requirements for height and FAR and setback. But because they're of the odd circumstance of these 2 buildings, we further asked the zoning administrator for an advisory opinion as to whether there were any other concerns that had to be, zoning concerns that had to be addressed. We were told that because of this warehouse building sitting on the rear property line, any renovation involving the building, or for that matter on the lot whatsoever, would involve having to ask the board to waive the rear yard open space requirement here. Typically, you can move that open space to a rooftop of an accessory structure. However, as I'm saying here, there's only a principal building here. There is no accessory building such as the garage. So that's why we're here today, to request a waiver for this technicality. As I say, we have 3 witnesses here, Sarah and Dylan Wicker and Brad DeVries. Mr. Chairman, can you swear them in?
Yep. Yeah. So first up, Ms. Witcher, can you please state your name and address?
Sarah Witcher, 3326 North Sacramento Avenue in Chicago, 60618.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Okay, Mr. Witcher, will you please state your name and address?
Dylan Witcher, 3326 North Sacramento, Chicago, Illinois, 60618.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, we'll swear Brad in as well. So Brad DeVries, can you state your name and address?
Sure. Bradley DeVries, 1549 Maplewood Street, Sylvan Lake, Michigan, 48320.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sarah, let me ask you, you heard me describe the case. Does that sound accurate to you? Were those facts accurate to you?
Yes, thank you, Tim.
Okay. Now you signed an affidavit relating to this case that we submitted to the board along with our findings of fact. You reviewed the findings of fact. Or did you review the findings of fact and indeed sign the affidavit?
Yes, I did.
And if you were to testify further today, would your statements be consistent with what was in the findings and in the affidavit?
Yes, they would.
Okay, thank you. Brad?
Yes.
Hi. I supplied you with an affidavit for this. Did you review that and sign that?
I did.
And we submitted that to the board on your behalf. If I were to continue to question you today, would your answers be consistent with what you said in that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
And real quick, Counselor, do you mind speaking up a bit, just so we make sure the court reporter can get everything?
Sure. Okay. Let me move it closer. So essentially, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the hardship here is that in order for the Witchers to do any renovation work on this property now or in the future, the requirement for this rear yard open space must be waived due to the fact that the building is existing, the warehouse building is existing and sits on the rear property line. So it's impossible to meet this rear yard open space short of demolishing the building, I suppose. The Witchers have talked to their neighbors. They've received 6 support letters, which were provided to the board by Monday. We also yesterday received a support letter from Alderman Rosana Rodriguez Sanchez of the 33rd Ward. It was also reviewed by the Neighborhood Association, and we are told that they approved it as well. We were told that by the Alderman Chief of Staff. And with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions you have on the project.
Yeah, any questions from the board? Okay, quick question. I know it's a really weird and not the right word, but unique lot. with the triangle and the building in back. Will there be any like true green space on the property? Sometimes it's hard to tell from the plans.
Sure. I'll let Brad, do you want to address that?
Absolutely. So the slide that's currently up on the page is showing the principal single-family residence to the bottom left corner, and then the rear warehouse building at the top of the page. And in this case, it's depicting a roof deck on the top of the warehouse. And then there's the atrium connection, which is our substantial connection between the two principal buildings. But this whole section, triangular section in front of the warehouse and to the right of the atrium will be green space, garden, several new trees planted. And essentially that is more than the required open rear space. It's just in our case, we're relocating it to the front. And then the front of the single family residence has a small green space as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Sanchez. What type of commercial tenants do you anticipate at the property?
This is exclusively residential.
Okay.
So the warehouse will be occupied by the Witchers, and the front house will continue to be a residence. So essentially, this will be a two-unit structure. It'll be one structure now with this link with two units.
Okay.
And the Witchers are going to live in the front unit, the single family home, and rent out the warehouse. Is that correct?
No, the other way around.
The other way around. Sorry. So, but one of them you'll be renting out.
Correct.
And you don't anticipate any like noise problems or anything like that with the warehouse and the live work unit?
So to clarify, there is no live work. It's all residential.
Yep. It's just an old warehouse building, Brian. It's
Okay.
not, it won't be used for anything. Well, sleeping and living, but not for warehouse activities.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you very much, and we'll take this under consideration.
Good. Thank you.
Enjoy your weekends.
Thank you.
Thank
You as well. Thank you.
All right, next up. We're going to go to calendar number 316-21-S and 317, oh, there's a few of them, 317-21-Z and 318-21-Z. So I'm gonna, while everyone gets situated, I'll go ahead and read the recommendation for the special use. Everyone give me a second. I might be missing the DPD recommendation. All right, found it. Thank you, everybody. So for 316-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval for residential below the second floor to establish a business live-work unit on the ground floor of an expanded 5-story mixed-use building with proposed commercial space and 5 parking spaces on the ground floor and 22 dwelling units above provided above, provided that the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated January 13th, 2021, prepared by Glasgow Associates, Hirsch MPG, with ground level plan dated March 5th, 2021 by Hirsch MPG Architecture Plus Planning, and that the business live work unit complies with section 17-9-0103.1 of the Chicago zoning ordinance. So Councilor Scott, whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I just want to make sure that my witnesses, Ralph DeAngelis, Howard Hirsch, and Peter Poulos, are they all on? Can we get
Peter's on.
Ralph and Howard, are you on?
Yeah, I'm on. Howard's on.
If I see Ralph as well. Just
okay, perfect. Okay. So just really quickly, Mr. Chairman, my witnesses are Ralph DeAngelis. He's a representative of ownership. Howard Hirsch, as you heard, with Hirsch MPG, the project architects, and Peter Poulos from the Metron Group. He is our appraiser. Do you want to go ahead and swear them in before we proceed?
Yep, sure thing. So let's start with Mr. DeAngelis is first on my list. So Ralph, can you please state your name and address? And Ralph, you're just you're muted. So if you're with us, just unmute and see if that works.
My apologies. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. I didn't want.
No worries. It happens all day long, so don't worry.
I'll try again. Thank you for hearing us today. My name is Ralph DeAngelis, and the project address is 4640 through 4648 Northwestern Avenue in Chicago.
Okay, great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Hirsch, can you please state your name and address?
Yes, my name is Howard Hirsch. Address is 225 West Hubbard, Chicago, Illinois, 60654.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Perfect. And Peter Poulos is sworn in and recognized for his expertise.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. A couple of items. So we obviously have 3 items up. We've got a special use for the live work unit, and then 2 variations. Is it your preference that I know it's late in the day and everybody's maybe getting tired. Would you like me to just collapse everything into one? We don't have any objectors as far as I know. The alderman's supportive, the community's supportive. I'll handle it however you like.
Yeah, if you could just give us an overview, just because there are a few separate things requested here. So
Sure.
if you kind of spell out which variation or which special uses for what purpose and what the overall goal is here.
Sure, absolutely. So just a little bit of background. Prior to going to the Zoning Board of Appeals, we did rezone the property to a B33 type 1. It is a transit-oriented development. As you can see before you, the site is very well situated. It's right across the street from the Western Brown Line station, and it's also just on the 49 Western bus. So again, really well served in terms of a TOD. The property itself, and this will speak a little bit to the hardship that the developer encounters here. This is a 66-foot wide by 108-foot deep lot. As everyone knows, a standard city lot in the city of Chicago is 125 feet deep, but I believe it was back in 1927, Western Avenue was widened, and the approximately the additional square footage, the 17 feet, was taken to widen Western Avenue. So we have a much shorter lot than one would typically come across. As you can see, the property itself is improved with a 5-story masonry building. That's the one that you see with the cell towers on top. And then the property also includes the 1-story building to the south. It's what you see with the green awning and Western cleaners. So the intention is to, again, this goes to the challenges and the hardship that the developer is facing in order to try to make an integrated development here. He is endeavoring to preserve this 5-story building. And in fact, the building itself has quite a history in the Lincoln Square neighborhood. Ralph was good enough to send me a number of newspaper clippings from the 20s where it showed a guy on a horse and buggy, and this was your local moving company and storage company. And so that's what it was originally used for. The intent is to demolish the single-story building and build up a 5-story integrated building, preserving the building to the north and the new building to the south. And again, that's really, between the depth of the lot and the effort to integrate the new building with the old building, internal systems, the mechanicals, the stairwells, the floors you've got with the, because of the former industrial nature of use going way back in, over 100 years, you've got different floor levels on the building that is going to be retained. So again, you encounter a lot of difficulties trying to create an integrated building, and that's largely one of the driving forces behind why we're seeking the reduction of the rear yard setback, just so it lines up in the rear. As I mentioned, we are looking for a reduction to 0 for the rear yard setback. We're also looking to eliminate the loading berth. That is largely driven for the reasons that I talked about. First, you've got the building to the north. If you were to try to situate the loading berth in the building to the north, you don't have enough height on that first floor in order to be able to get a 14-foot clear loading berth. If you were to drop it down a little bit, it would be exceedingly expensive to try to structurally reinforce the first floor of the northern building. And you also have the issue of, even if you did, it is a structural issue being able to carry the weight. If we were to try to shift the loading berth to the south, we would first lose a parking space. And also, as you can see, by parking spaces 4 and 5, it would have just a significant impact on the interior layout, the bike parking, so forth and so on, of the new building to the south. So that is, those are the issues that we're confronting in terms of the loading berth variation. I think it's also worth noting that there is already an existing loading berth in front of the building, and it actually provides much greater functionality in terms of the day-to-day truck traffic, and also to being able to load the building, unload the building with people moving in and out. So it actually works out very, very well. It's not like we're going to have moving trucks or delivery vans, whatever it might be, clogging up the alley and having an adverse impact on the neighbors. Speaking of the neighbors, we did have a very, very robust community process. I know this is important to Mr. Toya. We met with the Greater Rockwell Organization, the Heart of Lincoln Square. We appeared before the Zoning Advisory Committee of Alderman Martin, and we also presented to the Lincoln Square Chamber of Commerce. We largely integrated all of the comments that we heard from all of those groups, made it a much better, it was a robust process, but it was created a better building and a better project. For that reason, we did garner the support of the community. I know the alderman sent in a letter of support from Jeanette. I learned that it came too late to be incorporated into the record, but I just make reference to that. And with that, if there are any questions from the board, otherwise I'll just turn to my witnesses and get their testimony on the record.
Yeah, do you know who the live work tenant will be, should this be approved?
At this point, we have not identified it. So this was it was an interesting, when I talked about the community process, and I did fail to mention that one of the commitments the developer made is that they are actually going to do 20% affordable on the site rather than the typical 10% as required by the ARO. That was an agreement that we made with the alderman, and we thought kind of a unique approach would be to have the live work unit be one of the affordable units. So there may be somebody that wants to have their small business up on Western, while at the same time being able to have a small apartment unit in the rear. But there are a lot of opportunities. I mean, I live in the Lincoln Square neighborhood, and I think that there are a lot of smaller retailers or smaller service providers, lawyers, accountants, that type of thing, artists, that would be interested in a space like this. And again, it's got great proximity to the L and sort of the shopping and all the things that make Lincoln Square great.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board right now? We'll have more time if none right now. Okay,
no questions?
Carry on, Counselor, carry on.
Thank you very much. Ralph DeAngelis, if I could just call upon you first. I prepared affidavits of testimony on your behalf with respect to the rear yard variation, the loading berth variation, and the special use. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you reviewed the affidavit of testimony and that I prepared for you?
Yes, I did.
And if you were called upon to testify today, would your testimony substantially conform to the findings of fact and affidavit of testimony that I prepared?
Yes, it would. The only thing I would add is that as we've worked on the plans further, we found the construction costs are a bit higher than we anticipated at the time that the affidavits were prepared. But it's substantially, the rest of it is absolutely correct.
Thank you. Mr. Hirsch, same question posed to you. I prepared an affidavit of testimony and findings of fact in connection with the applications for the loading berth variation, the rear yard variation, and the special use application. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And you reviewed those affidavits of testimony and findings of fact?
Yes.
And if I were to call upon you to testify today, would your testimony substantially conform to those that were set forth in the affidavit of testimony and findings of fact?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. Mr. Poulos, same questions. I prepared findings of fact and affidavit of testimony in connection with the special use application only on your behalf. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you reviewed the affidavit of testimony and findings of fact?
Yes, I have.
And if I were to call upon you from your island in the Greek Isles to testify, would it substantially conform to what's set forth in the affidavit that I prepared?
It sure would.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, again, we're available to answer any questions that the board might have.
Okay, any questions from the board? All right, sounds like we have what we need here. So thank you everyone for your time, and we'll take it under consideration.
Thank you very much. Have a good weekend, all. Goodbye.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the weekend.
You too.
Okay, calendar number 319-21-Z. Counselor Warren Silver, let me know when you're present. Counselor, you ready?
I am, if my witnesses are on.
Yeah, can you list your witnesses again for me, just so I know who's out there? I think I've got a
Sure.
little bit of a gap in my roster.
Sure, happy to do that. For the record, my name is Warren Silver, Silver Law Office, PC. I'm representing 4046 Hermitage LLC. My witnesses today are one of the managers of the applicant, Joe Hayes, and the architect for this project, Foster Dale.
Great. Let's see if we've got them. We've got Foster Dale, and I see a Harold Hayes.
That's him.
Great.
Harold Joseph Hayes. He goes by Joe. And I'll try to go as quickly as I can. This has been a challenging project for a lot of people. It's a relatively massive 3-story vacant former industrial building. It's been vacant entirely for the part of a decade. And most before then, for a while, there was just a previous owner's mother was living in a little makeshift apartment in there for many years before that. And it's in the middle of a residential neighborhood. So in this particular instance, Hayes Properties, the umbrella organization for this developer, it's run by Joe Hayes, is proposing a 19-unit residential building with 19 enclosed parking spaces. One interesting thing about the project is that it includes 4 affordable units, which is double the number required by the Affordable Requirements Ordinance. And 3 of those units are going to be first floor units that are going to be accessible to people with mobility challenges. And there's been a unique arrangement with Access Living. It's been memorialized in a recorded covenant that the developer placed on the property that will hopefully guarantee that with the help of Access Living, people with disabilities who are eligible under the Affordable Requirements Ordinance for affordable units can have access to units that not only are affordable, but also meet their needs from a mobility perspective. This is, as I said, it's a massive building. It's a challenging building, and it's in a historic neighborhood, and it's listed as a contributing building on the National Register of Historic Places in the East Ravenswood Historic District. And so the developer sought to preserve the building as much as possible and return it to valuable use. In order to do that, we sought and obtained a Type 1 map rezoning to RM 5.5 last January. That zoning designation was achieved after substantial community interaction with Alderman Martin's office, with his zoning advisory committee, and in public meetings that the Alderman's office sponsored. And we achieved community support and the support of the Alderman for the rezoning. And this was part and parcel of the project because we're including the required parking inside the building in a first floor that's got massive support columns as well as thick walls. Fitting everything in was challenging. There was no room for a dedicated 10 by 25 off-street loading space. So the architect designed a loading dock that is accessed in part by a loading area that overlaps one of the drive aisles for the parking area. And that's in order to allow that overlap, we need the variation that's been requested. So at this time, I can go very quickly to summary testimony from the witnesses to make the record and then provide answers to whatever questions the board may have.
Counselor, I think on this one, you can swear them to their testimony or reports.
I'm sorry?
I think on this one, yeah, you can swear them to their written testimony.
That's fine. And if you would please swear them in so that we can do that.
Sure thing. Okay. So I've got Joe Hayes. Can you please state your name and address? Joe, you're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you please state your address?
Name is Harold J. Hayes, 4043 North Ravenswood, Chicago, 60640.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Foster Dale, can you state your name and address as well?
Yes, Foster Dale Architects, 3717 North Ravenswood, Suite 111, Chicago, 60613.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So first, Joe Hayes, you've had the opportunity to review the findings of fact that we prepared on behalf of the applicant in this matter, and the written affidavit that we prepared for your signature and submitted. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And if you were called upon to testify to all the matters set forth in that affidavit, you would testify the same as is set forth there
Yes,
Okay, thank you. And Foster Dale, you're the architect for the project and your qualifications are known to this board, is that correct?
Yes,
And set forth in the affidavit that we prepared on your behalf, and you've had an opportunity to review that affidavit,
yes, I have.
as well as the findings of fact that we prepared and submitted on behalf of the applicant.
Yes,
And if called to testify today to the matters set forth that establish the standards required for the variation requested, you would testify to this same as is set forth in that affidavit. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, any questions? We'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, any questions from the board? Okay, we'll take this under consideration. Thank you very much for your time, everyone.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
All right, 321-21-Z is next. And I believe this is Councilor Acosta.
No, it's actually me, Jimena Castro.
Oh, I was on mute, Jimena. So I said sorry. Sometimes the name is wrong on my thing.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
I think after this afternoon, Rolando wanted to just relax a little bit.
We'll go right ahead.
Okay, well, thank you. I know we're last on the agenda for the regular items, so thank you for having us on for this cycle. My name is Jimena Castro. I'm a zoning attorney at Acosta Esgar, and I am the zoning attorney for the matter before you today for the variation at 5953 South Tallman. With me today is Rene Solano de la O, who is the applicant for the property in the application, and his architect, Mario Cruz. So they both should be on, and I can, ask them to state their name and address if you would like.
Yep, great. We can get them right sworn in. So yeah, if you lead the way on that.
Great. Rene, are you on the call?
Yeah, I am.
Great.
Go ahead, Rene.
Wonderful. Rene, could you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Rene Solano de la O. My address is on 5953 South Tallman.
Great.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Mr. Solano de la O. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then for Mario, Mario, are you on the call as well?
Oh, mute. I'm sorry. You hear me? Yes, I'm here.
Yes. Hi, Mario. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you, Jimena.
Mario, can you please state your name and business address for the record, please?
Sure, of course. My name is Mario Cruz, and our legal address is 2450 West Division Street.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I would do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I proceed?
Yep, go right ahead, Counselor.
Great. Thank you. So we're here before you today to ask for a front yard setback reduction from the minimum required front yard setback of 11.93 feet to the existing front yard setback of 8.4 feet. So the subject property is improved with a single family home. Rene is seeking to add a second floor addition to expand the layouts of his home, and will be following the second floor addition will be following the existing wall lines of the home, and that includes the front yard encroachment. So in order to follow the wall lines and avoid any roof structural difficulties, we're seeking to maintain that existing front yard setback at 8.4 feet. We have talked to both adjacent neighbors. Due to some language barriers, they have no problem with the project. We just don't have anything written for them, but they do not oppose the project at all.
Okay, great. Do you have any questions for the applicant, or is that your case in chief, Counselor?
No, that's it. I can ask them to reaffirm their affidavits and open up to if you guys have any questions.
Yeah. Any questions from the board here? Okay, sounds like we're good here. So yeah, thank you very much, everyone, for your time, and we'll take this under consideration.
Great.
Thank you.
You want me to just ask them about their affidavits, or you're good?
Yeah, let's do it just for a
Okay.
good process.
Okay.
Yep.
So Renee, if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent to the testimony that was provided in the affidavit that we submitted to the Zoning Board of Appeals?
Okay, yeah.
Yes, okay, thank you. And then Mario, the same thing for you. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent to the affidavit and findings of facts that we submitted to the board?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you both, and we'll take this matter under
Thank you.
consideration.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a great week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You
Thank
too.
you.
Enjoy the weekend.
Thank you. Have a nice weekend. Take care. Bye.
You too.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. We're now going into our chapter on continuances. So first up, calling calendar number 205-21-S. And I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation. For calendar number 205-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a one-lane drive-through to serve a proposed Dunkin' Donuts restaurant, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant. NRSNA Cicero LLC, DBA Dunkin' Donuts. The development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated July 16, 2021, prepared by Atul Karkanis Architects. And the final Cicero Avenue and 47th Street elevations are finalized prior to issuance of the building permit.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Paul Kopak with Office of 6767 North Milwaukee. Just as a matter of housekeeping, the application was submitted under N as in Nancy R, N as in Nancy S.A. Cicero LLC. Somehow on the agenda, the letters got transposed.
Okay, so sorry, will you repeat those one more time and we'll amend it on the record?
The application was submitted under N as in Nancy, R as in run, N as in Nancy, S as in Sam, A as in apple. They just got transposed on the agenda.
Good. Okay, good. So we're going to amend the agenda on the record to for the applicant's name to being NRNSA.
That's correct.
Cicero LLC, DBA Dunkin' Donuts. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I represent the applicant NRNSA Cicero LLC, the DBA Dunkin' Donuts. We're applying for a special use to establish a one-lane drive-through to serve as a fast food restaurant. The property is currently improved with a one-story, 1,382 square foot Dunkin' Donut, which has been there for over 10 years. Our request is to expand the building to approximately 1,500 square feet and to allow a drive-through at that site. As a history of this property, we've had a number of meetings, not only with the alderman and the community group, but with Mr. Valenziano, as well as CDOT, which resulted in the plan that's being presented before you.
And Counselor, can you remind me, was that the reason for the continuance? Further
Yes,
discussion?
exactly. We ended up having, I think, 3 Zoom meetings with the aforementioned participants. They went out to the site to see how it would work, and that's how that was the reason for it, and that's how we came to a final conclusion.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to have three witnesses. The applicant, Mr. Raj Kunamali, the architect, Mr. Ani Tipnis, and our expert witness, Mr. Kareem Musawir. Do you want them sworn in individually or at one time?
Yeah, I can run through it right now. First, Mr. Kunamali, can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Raj Kunumali. Address 4649 South Cicero Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60632.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. Kareem Musawir is already sworn in and has been recognized for his expertise. And so if I go to Ani Tipnis, Ani, can you please state your name and address?
Yeah, my name is Ani Tipnis. I represent Atul Karkanis Architects. We're located at 2514 West Peterson Avenue, Chicago, IL 60659.
Great, thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do, thank you.
Thank you.
Raj, could you please state your name?
My name is Raj Kunumali.
Raj, you're the applicant for this special use proposal, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you please tell the board your hours of operation
It's a 24-hour operation.
and approximately how many employees would you have at that site?
Currently, I have 15. Once I get the drive-through, it will be more. So pretty much 22 to 25 employees.
And we had a number of meetings with the community group, the Alderman, CDOT, and you're in favor of the proposed plan, is that correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions on Mr. Kunamali. Kareem,
Yes, sir.
would you please state your name?
Kareem Musawir. I'm at 221 North LaSalle Street in Chicago, land use consultant.
And Mr. Musawir, you were hired by the applicant, and what was the scope of your assignment in this case?
To make a determination as to the requested special use meets the standards of the zoning ordinance in order to be approved for the one-lane drive-through facility.
And are you familiar with the subject site?
I am.
And you participated in a number of these conferences with the various departments of the city, as well as the alderman and the community group, is that correct?
That's correct.
You reviewed the interior plan of the subject site, the survey of the subject property, as well as the traffic?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to conclude, in your inspection, did you determine that there was a need for this type of use at the subject site?
Yes, sir. I might add that this is a brand new building, actually, from the one that is there presently, and that the drive-through is necessary for the public convenience. The other coffee houses or coffee purveyors on the avenue also have drive-throughs, and this one has not had it. And this is one of the reasons why it is necessary for public convenience in order for him to meet the competition on the street, on the avenue.
In your opinion, if the granting of the special use would comply with all the criterion for the special use that's set forth in the City of Chicago zoning ordinance, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Musawir, you filed an affidavit, findings of fact with the department, and if you were called to testify further, you testify in substantial compliance, is that correct?
That's correct.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any questions from the board? All right, everyone, thank you for your time, and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you very much for your time. Have a good evening, everyone.
You too. Next up, calendar number 237-21-S. And while Mr. Silva gets situated, I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation. So for calendar number 237-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to expand an existing barber shop with a proposed second floor addition, provided that the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings with issue date of March 29th, 2021, prepared by Architectonic Solutions. The department, oh, sorry, everyone. I'm getting corrected here that because he's pro se, Nancy Radzovich should be reading this instead of me. So apologies. And I didn't mean to steal your thunder, Nancy.
No.
So you're sworn in. If you could go ahead and read this, that would be great.
Yep. Can you see and hear me? The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to expand an existing barber shop with a proposed second floor addition, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings with an issue date of March 29, 2021, prepared by Architectonic Solutions. The department finds that this proposal complies with all the applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have an adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the expanded barbershop will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. And lastly, the proposed expanded barbershop is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Silva, do we have you on?
When Mr. Silva is not responding, I'm trying to promote him. I also unmuted, but Silva has to unmute.
Okay, and let's see also too, I don't see Alderman Raboyes. I want to confirm that he's not on either. Only because he was on for this last time when it was continued.
Hello?
Hi,
Hello?
Is that Leroy Silva?
Yes, it is. Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Silva. So we are on your matter. The department just read the recommendation. I don't believe the alderman is here, but I remember he came to ask for continuance last time. So if you could please, I'll swear you in, but then if you could please present your case and why you're here, and tell us about your discussions with the alderman. So first thing first, can you state your name and address?
Leroy Silva, 6136 West Belmont, Chicago, Illinois, 60634.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, remind us what brings you here today.
Okay, so I have been cutting hair in Chicago, born and raised, Belmont Cragen, for 20 years. Licensed cosmetologist since 2007, and man, happy to be here and open a barbershop since 2009. First in Six Corners, then right here in Belmont Cragen, now across the street, which turns into Dunning, which was blessed to purchase a building and now convert it into a barbershop. So now basically I just want to be able to, man, kind of renovate to just make it look like my dream shop, you know, and be able to supply more haircuts to the community and man, just keep doing my thing with that. It will be a blessing for you guys to allow me to do so.
Great, thank you. And so just to confirm, you've been operating on the first floor since 2009, and now you're going to expand to the second floor. Is that correct?
No, I've been operating here for about 3 years now.
Okay, 3 years.
Yeah. But the business has been open since 2009.
business has been open since 2009.
Yeah.
Okay. And will you explain just a little bit about the expansion, reasons you think it's necessary, and plans if any operations change with the expansion?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I was able to be fortunate enough to not only was I able to be raised in a barbershop scene, taught by my own barber that became my mentor, but at the same time, paying it forward, being able to teach other people to become barbers as well. And for every barber or anybody that does hair in general, the dream is really to just own your own shop and kind of, make things your own way and move forward. Now, I've been always paying it forward, and a lot of times I do little seminars, just to teach people, and at the same time I like taking people in and being able to teach them. But man, running out of space, and since I purchased this place, me and my wife, we would love to expand it to be able to have that room, be able to have an office to start filing paperwork and getting things right with paper and be more organized as a business, and being able to have more space to teach or to even add more stations. And it will be a blessing to be able to have a second floor to do like a second floor haircut, or to add a different service, whether it is massage or something added to the service as well for the client.
Great. Okay, great. Thank you. Any additional questions from the board? Okay, Mr. Silva, thank you very much. And one quick note, only because you mentioned massage, and I can't get away with not saying it, but if you ever venture into offering those types of services, just remember you've got to come back for another special use, because it's different than the barbershop salon service.
Oh, okay. No worries. I will. Thank you. I appreciate you telling me that.
Of course.
Thank you.
But otherwise, we'll take this under consideration, and good luck with everything.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Take care.
You too. Okay. We are going to the last set of items on the list, and that will be calendar numbers 275-21-S, 276-21-S, and 277-21-S. As everyone gets settled, I'm going to read the recommendations of the department. Okay, for calendar number 275-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed cannabis grower facility, provided that number one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Seacraft LLC. Number two, the proposed shared cannabis processing and infuser uses as per applications 276-21-S and 277-21-S have been approved by the Zoning Board of Appeals. Number three, no retail sales, samples, or physical product displays or stock are allowed at this facility. And number four, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plan dated July 15, 2021, prepared by Altus Works, Inc., with floor plans prepared by Cancor Concepts / Seacraft LLC, and the environmental plan dated July 15, 2021, prepared by Seacraft LLC, Locklord LLP. And number five, details on the quantitative basis for the final odor control system and components, including but not limited to the size and type of the equipment, filter types, sizes, etc., are provided to the Chicago Department of Public Health for final review and approval. Okay, now for the recommendation of calendar number 276-21-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed cannabis processor facility, provided that number one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Seacraft LLC. Number two, the proposed shared cannabis craft growing and infusing uses as per applications 275-21-S and 277-21-S have been approved by the Zoning Board of Appeals. Number three, no retail sales, samples, or physical product displays or stock are allowed at this facility. And number four, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plan dated July 15, 2021, prepared by Altus Works, Inc., with floor plans prepared by Cancor Concepts, Seacraft LLC, and the environmental plan dated July 15, 2021, prepared by Seacraft LLC, Locklord LLP. And number five, details on the quantitative basis for the final odor control system and components, including but not limited to the size and type of equipment, filter type sizes, etc., are provided to the Chicago Department of Public Health for final review and approval. Finally, for the recommendation for calendar number 277-21-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed cannabis processor facility, provided that number one, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Seacraft LLC. Number two, the proposed shared cannabis craft growing and processor uses as per applications 275-21-S and 276-21-S have been approved by the Zoning Board of Appeals. Number three, no retail sales, samples, or physical product displays or stock are allowed at this facility. And number four, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plan dated July 15, 2021, prepared by Altus Works, Inc., with floor plans prepared by Cancor Concepts, Seacraft LLC, and the environmental plan dated July 15, 2021, prepared by Seacraft LLC, Locklord LLP. And number five, details on the quantitative basis for the final odor control system and components, including but not limited to the size and type of equipment, filter type, sizes, etc., are provided to the Chicago Department of Public Health for final review and approval. I think I now have that recommendation memorized. So Counselor, when you are ready, we can get started.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for your patience and for your public service. It should not go unrecognized. This is my first Zoning Board of Appeals meeting, and this is one of the longer ones I've seen. So thank you for that. So we're here tonight to discuss the 9933 South Cottage Grove project. This is a special use for a cannabis craft grower, infuser, and processor. This is a building located in the C31 zoning district, and it basically is South Cottage Grove and the I-94, the Bishop Freeway. This is a picture of the existing facility. The applicant is a company called Seacraft LLC. They've applied for a license with the state of Illinois for the uses that we're seeking in this special use application tonight. We were very happy that we received an initial notice saying that we scored very high in our application. So that I think reinforces this application to show that our plans were viewed very favorably by the state, and we're very confident that we're going to be awarded a license soon among all the licenses that are issued. So it's very exciting times right now. So it really couldn't be a better time to be here tonight to obtain this approval, hopeful approval from you. As part of this process, we've had several community meetings. We had them within the space, so that members of the community got to come in and see what the space looks like, park in the lot, see what everything is like. And we also broadcasted that via Zoom, the community meeting. So that was really good. We got really positive feedback because what we're doing is we're utilizing the existing or the former Jay's potato chip factory, and we're turning it into this new exciting use. The community was really excited about the educational opportunities that we're going to provide. Partnering with Chicago State University and providing training opportunities and jobs. And I think the community was really, really excited that the project was being spearheaded by Sherry Wilson, who's been in the community in this ward for 20 years and has a business called Balton Corporation. And they serve milk and other items to Chicago public schools. So she specializes in distribution and transportation. So what better way to do that than distributing and transporting cannabis after it's been cultivated and processed and infused. This is really a perfect marriage. And she's also involved in Reggio's Pizza, which is a fan hit in the community and at the O'Hare Airport. She's a remarkable person doing remarkable things in the community. So, and she's also assembled a remarkable team that you'll hear from tonight. Although we'll do it briefly because I know you guys have been here for a long time. So Tim Kane is our cannabis guy. You'll hear from him if you'd like. He was a founding member and operator with 3 licensed cannabis dispensaries. And he's our guy who is you see this floor plan here. He's kind of the one who thought up this floor plan, and he can talk about kind of where stuff's going to go and where stuff's going to be done. Dan Lucas and Jeff Berta are the representatives of the property owner. These guys are fantastic. This state license has been on hold for over a year, and they've waited patiently for the applicants to try to obtain this license and have this special use hearing. So we are right on the precipice. And so we are just so happy that they've held patient and we can be here tonight. The last people are Yoa Backstrom. He's our architect with the group. He can answer any questions about the floor plan of the existing facility. And then Mike Woolen is our MAI from Price Appraisals. He can talk about the impact on the community. So Mr. Chairman, I think maybe the best thing would be to have everyone, I suppose, be sworn, and then we can move on as quickly as possible from there, potentially.
Yep, that works with me, Counselor. So I'll just run down my list and let me know if I mistakenly forgot someone. So Ms. Wilson, can you state your name and address?
936 South Washington Park Court, Chicago, Illinois, 60615.
Great. And
Really having trouble hearing.
Okay, Ms. Wilson, can you repeat your name and address?
Sure. Sherry Wilson, 4936 South Washington Park Court, Chicago, Illinois, 60615.
Great, thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you very much. We've got Mike Woolen. Mike, can you give your name and address, please?
My name is Mike Wolin, W-O-L-I-N. My business address is 5 Revere Drive, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Mr. Jeffrey Berta, can you please state your name and address?
Jeff Berta, B-E-R-T-A, business address 211 North Clinton, Chicago.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Backstrom, can you please state your name and address?
Yes, it's Joachim Backstrom, and address is 4224 North Milwaukee Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60641.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Tim Kane, can you state your name and address?
My name is Timothy Kane, 1539 Prairie Street, Aurora, Illinois, 60506.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Finally, Daniel Lucas, please state your name and address.
I don't know if Dan is going to join.
Okay.
This is Jeff Berta. I'll represent the landlord, the owner of the building, Structure Development.
Okay, perfect. Good. Then I think, Counselor, I think we're fine unless I missed someone.
That's perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Ms. Wilson, did you get a copy of the findings of fact that we prepared in this case along with your affidavit? Is that right?
That is great.
And that affidavit was true and correct?
Absolutely.
And you adopt that testimony set forth in your affidavit here as your hearing testimony tonight?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you're one of the partners of the Seacraft LLC entity?
Yes.
All right, and is there anything you want to just say to the commission tonight?
Yes, I just want to say thank you as well for the long day and your service to the city. I also just wanted to let you know that one of the reasons, not only Structure Development and what they've done in the community, but if you look at the drawing, I own the property right next to it as well. That's my distribution center. And we picked that in line so that we can have hands-on at all times. I also own a manufacturing plant in the 80s and Reggio Pizza on 85th and Cottage. So I kept everything very close. We had many community meetings, not just one. And also Olive Harvey is going to be doing a training program as well. So we're looking at ways in which to allow underserved communities to also get some internships. And I think that's really important. It's one of the things we've done over the years, just in employing in the community and things like that. I just wanted to say that and thank you again.
Thank you very much, Sherry. It's been a pleasure working with you on this file.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Backstrom, did you prepare was an affidavit prepared in this case, and did you have an opportunity to review it?
Yes.
And was that affidavit true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it was.
And if do you adopt that testimony set forth in your affidavit, that sworn testimony here in this hearing tonight? I do. Okay. And you prepared the plans for the existing facility of this project, correct? I did. Okay. And I think that's good for you. And thank you for all the work you've done. We appreciate it. You're welcome. And then last but not least, we had three affidavits attached to our finding of fact. And the third was from Mr. Wolin. So Mr. Wolin, did you have an opportunity to see the affidavit that was prepared and signed by you?
I did.
And was that affidavit true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
And do you adopt that affidavit testimony here as your testimony tonight?
Yes, sir, I do.
You prepared a report in this matter, is that correct?
I did.
And what was that report for?
To try and determine whether this use would have an adverse impact on the property values.
And what did you find?
It's in the interest of the public convenience, will not have a significant adverse impact. We have many buffers. We got the Bishop Ford immediately south. We got Railroad immediately west. We've got the Bolton Corporation owned by our applicant immediately east. So I don't believe this will have an adverse impact on the community in any way.
Do you believe that this proposed use is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of the site planning and the building scale and project design?
Very much so. It'll be a compatible use with the surrounding area in terms of site planning.
Why is that?
Because of the size, the use, it is a compatible use to the neighborhood.
And we're taking what's in an existing building and doing an adaptive reuse, is that
We're
correct?
just doing interior. We're not changing the outside in any way.
Okay. And is this proposed use, or are these proposed uses, the craft grow, the processor, and the infuser uses, are those compatible with the character of the surrounding area?
It's an internal use, and yes, I do believe they will be a compatible use.
Okay. And are the proposed uses designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort?
Very much so, between lighting, existing and additional fencing, security. I don't believe it'll have any adverse impact on surrounding uses.
Sorry to interrupt you. And do you believe? Do you know what the former use of this facility was?
It was a potato chip factory, and then after that, part of it was a electrical transformer company.
Okay.
Only for a small part.
Okay, very good. Is there anything else you'd like to say tonight, sir?
I don't believe it'll have any adverse to the community.
Okay, and we'd like to thank you for not being able to do a family obligation so you could be a true professional and come here and help us out tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. I think that's all we have, Mr. Chairman. If you'd like any additional testimony you think is necessary, but we will stand on our affidavits and our findings of fact, and we're here to answer any questions you might have.
Yep, Counselor, thank you very much for streamlining it. I'm wondering, and you can choose who the best person would be, but just because we haven't really seen too many of these lately, and it is a new board, and also the fact that we very well might be getting more soon, I'm wondering if someone can walk us through the process of just how the cannabis moves throughout the facility. I know that these facilities are designed in a certain way to kind of work like an assembly line to the point where they get on the truck, and even that's a secure process. So I know it's all in the big report, but if someone could just explain that out loud, it would be really appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a great question. So there are three uses. I think the best way to do this, Mr. Kane, if you could describe the differences in the three uses proposed, and then kind of just go generally through the chronology of how product is made and then how it's shipped, how it's received, then made, then shipped.
Okay, yeah, if you could remind me of that so I don't forget to manage the shipping part. But the three uses that we have proposed here are cultivation, processing, and infusion. And cultivation is simply a lot like farming, only it's done in an indoor industrial manner. Everything about it is controlled. The environment is controlled. The nutrients we used are controlled. And it's probably the most expensive, but also the most high quality way to grow cannabis. And the processing is very simple. That's a matter of once the plants are mature, they're harvested, they're trimmed, and then they go in two different directions. There's a smokable product, which ends up being packaged and sold, and then there's infused product. And in order to create the infused product, we first extract the oils from the cannabis, and then we use those oils to then infuse them into products such as gummy bears or candies or other edibles that people who aren't smoking the product use. But really it's sort of two uses and a subset. The processing and the infusion go together. And then primarily the primary activity is of course the cultivation.
And Mr. Kane, if you want to show the commissioners where the cultivation is going to take place and then where the processing infusion is going to take place within the facility.
If we could use, I assume we'll use these exhibits that are up on the screen right now. Exhibit A is the cultivation portion of the facility, and that's on the west end bordering Cottage Grove. If you see up at the top, all of those green areas are that's your office and your entry. There's only two ways in and out of this building. One is through the front door in the center top of this. Sorry, I'm leaning off screen here so that I can see the other one. You can enter through the top into a secure area that's monitored by a guard. And the only other way in is at the lower left-hand corner. You'll see a ramp that goes up into a secured loading and unloading area. The locks for that area are all controlled from the guardhouse in the front. So from a practical standpoint, there's only one way in and out unless we have a scheduled delivery or a scheduled receipt of product. But if you look about a third of the way down, just below that entire green area is a positive air room, which the positive pressure in that space keeps any air that might be unprocessed or have odors or other in the cannabis cultivation area. Everything south of that airlock, all the way down to the secure loading, is where we grow and begin to process cannabis. There's a central hallway there, as you can see, and on the left and on the right are different kinds of grow rooms. What we do starts on the right-hand side. There's 4 rectangular rooms along that vertical line, and that's where you one, I believe you can't really see it is from here, but the mother room is where you grow things from seed into a condition where they can be later clipped and turned into cloned plants, and those plants need to then mature further before they become able to be cultivated into mature flowering plants. And so you take them, and he's Nick is right about the sort of assembly line feature. It's very methodical. They go from the mother room down into the veg rooms. And then eventually, when they become ready for flowering, we'll move them into one of the 4 cultivation rooms, which are on the left or the west side of the building. You'll see grow room 1 through 4. And that's where your product will be turned into mature flowering plants, at which afterwards they would get harvested and trimmed into those 2 different kinds of product I told you about. There's the smokable product, and then there's the rest of the plant, which then goes into processing for extracting of the oils into the other.
And Tim, real
Yeah.
quick, how long does it take to grow one of these plants from seed to flower?
It takes about a little over 12 weeks. Once we get going, we'll be harvesting on a rotating basis. It takes about 4 weeks to get the plant ready to go into the grow room, and it's going to take about 8 weeks after that to completely finish up.
And if you tell the ZBA what the difference is between a cultivation center and a craft grow facility?
It's strictly the size. A commercial cannabis cultivator has the capability to. A lot of them started off at between 20 and 50,000 square feet, and they'll often grow in a greenhouse environment. It's a much more high volume operation, whereas the craft grow allows you to start. Our initial license will be for 5,000 square feet of flower cultivation. And so the grow rooms on the left represent that limited size. The prep rooms on the right, where you're growing from seed and prepping them for the grow, aren't counted in that square footage. But we only have a license for 5,000 square feet, and then are allowed to apply in 3,000 square foot increments up to 15,000. We can, with the current proposed footprint, stack our growing flowering plants so that we would actually be able to double the size of our production in the 4 grow rooms without moving beyond our current footprint.
And you would do that by stacking the plants on top of each other, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you think about a 2-tiered tray, if you will.
Yeah.
But again, it's a much smaller, and actually it would be very difficult to do, a 30,000 square foot industrial grow. First of all, it'd be very expensive, but our plan is to produce a higher quality product that we can keep track of on a much smaller scale than the commercial cultivators do.
Okay, and then the exhibit B on the right side. I think everyone's curious. What are these different rooms in here? Just
Well,
really briefly.
This is more like a factory, if you will. 2 things take place over here. All of the oil extraction takes place. Again, we're extracting the oils out of the cannabis plants so that we can use them as an ingredient in another derivative product. So on the, again, if you don't mind, I'm going to, I'll put up an identical thing on my screen because I can't quite, that's pretty tiny, but it'll just take me a moment to get those up on my screen so I can zoom in. But to start if I may just start in the lower right-hand corner, is there a question?
Yeah.
No, I was just going to say, I don't think we can share your screen if that's what you were going to.
Oh, no, I just need to be able to, I need to be able to see it. I know vaguely where, I know where everything is, but I can't read any of the stuff. But so in the lower, let's start in the lower right-hand corner, because as you know, we have this hallway at the south end. It's fully secure, and it is it has positive air, as I described before. That allows us to keep all of our odors and unprocessed air in the both the growing facility and the manufacturing area. So on the lower right-hand corner, you have a custom-built secure vault for the product. Anything that is not yet shipped, meaning in-process items, things that haven't been, they're turned into oil and they haven't been turned into finished product. They're flour that hasn't been packaged, and they would be in one section of that vault. Everything after packaging goes back into that vault so that it's secure, and until the time that it gets loaded for transport. That's the secure area where all of that, well, again, all of our product, anything dealing with cannabis, sits in a vault when it's not being processed. Just above that is a hand trimming room. You have to further prep the products for extraction. As I said, we're extracting oil over on this side. So just above those two small rooms is an oil extraction room. There's, oh, there, thank you for zooming in. Okay, so you've got hand trimming there, the 633 square feet. It moves there into extraction prep. All the materials have to be of a certain size and density to be extracted. And then now if you move again north to the just above the extraction prep room into the there's actually two rooms there. One says you've got, these are our equipment numbers. It's a little almost too detailed to look at, but these equipment numbers 38 and 39 are booth extraction units. Everything is completely contained. In other words, someone will walk into that enclosed booth and the extraction equipment is in there, and all of the raw materials are in there while it's happening. We use both CO2 and ethanol-based extraction. The CO2 provides kind of a higher quality product with less vapors and less danger, frankly, because as you know, ethanol is a flammable object. So let's move north from there. You've got the ethanol and primary evaporation. There is another booth in there that is a larger booth. You'll see on the, if I go back to the other room, it's the smaller booth is a HAL 85, and then you move into the next room. The larger booth is a HAL 150. That's just a size designation. One is larger than the other, but they both provide the same activity. Those are both ethanol based.
I think we should wait for some questions, because I just want to make
sure. Am I getting into too much detail?
We might be getting in too much detail.
All right, so let's scroll up just a little bit. You'll see CO2 extraction above that. Oil refinement, you separate out various. It's a little bit like gasoline versus kerosene versus oil. You'll have different concentrations, and that'll be done in the oil refinement lab. Moving left, gel caps are well, if you've ever taken a vitamin that's got a soft cover on it, those are what gel caps are. Lotions are actually things that you can administer through, just like you would put a lotion on your arm, and it's absorbed through the skin. Vapes and concentrates are also, you can buy oil directly. Vapes are, you've heard a lot about vapes. They're pens that you can use to ingest product. If you go below that,
so Tim, is it fair to say that there's a variety of different products that are infused or processed in this Exhibit B?
Well, yeah. If you want to be very general about it, everything that is not a smokable product, with the exception of the vapes in the upper left-hand corner, are going to be processed and packaged in this area here.
All right, and then there's security. I think everyone's going to ask about security. You have a lot of cameras in this facility, correct?
Yeah, we have about 140 cameras. We have, I think, 37 on the outside and 100 and approximately, call it plus or minus 107 inside the building. Everything that's in blue on the inside of the building Everything that's blue is a single camera. On the outside of the building, those red cameras are, they go in 3 directions or 180 degrees. And the crosses that you see in the lower left-hand corner, those are 360-degree view cameras. And every single space in the building is cameraed and live at all times.
And then there's an on-site security company that's been hired as well.
Yes, I hired a licensed insured security company. Whenever there is, they monitor the entire surveillance system 24 hours a day. They will also have manned guards or human on site anytime that the facility is closed.
Okay. And then when the cars come in we're gonna have transport vans coming in to pick up product, right? And take it to dispensaries?
Yes.
And that comes through a overhead door that's then closed behind the transport vehicle, correct?
Yeah, if I could back up just a little bit, even walking through the plant, every time somebody opens a door, you have to have a key card and you have to be authorized to walk through that door, and that door closes and locks behind you. And then you move on to the next door. So every time somebody goes in or out of a grow room or any of the other secured spaces, those doors open and close one at a time. So down at the bottom, when you have secure loading and unloading, that vehicle will go up the ramp into secure loading and unloading, and those doors will close before any product makes its way towards the vehicle. That product will be then loaded into that by the way, all of those vans are secured and have separate locked apartments, so everything is segregated, locked, logged, and before we open the doors for that to go out of the building, that is locked and secured, and both recipient and us agree on what went out the building. It's all tracked from the moment it becomes product. In other words, all the way from the seed until it gets delivered to the end customer.
All right. And I think the last thing I was going to ask, now I forgot to ask it. These plans, these were the ones that were submitted in the state application, correct?
That's correct. All the way back in 2020, April of 2020.
Okay. Very good.
Great, thank you for that explanation. It was honestly super informative, so we appreciate the detail on that. So any questions from the board? And Counselor, I don't mean to cut you off if you have anything else, but I want to move to the board having an opportunity to ask questions.
I did want to mention one more thing, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I forgot to say my name. My name is Nick Standiford at Shane Banks. And I wanted to say that I forgot to thank staff from the city because they were incredibly helpful in this process and getting us to this point. It's been since March 2020 when we submitted this in the middle of the pandemic and rushing a sign to City Hall, and they were great every step of the way. And in the comments they gave us, and then last but not least, Alderman Harris, she supported us throughout this process and made the community meetings really vibrant. And provided a letter of support. She's been a good partner to us on this project.
Great, yeah, thank you for that. So any questions from the board? Okay, then we'll take this under consideration. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time and also the great responses and report. So with that, this was actually our last item of the night. So I'm going to move to closed session. I move that we convene in the closed session pursuant to section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session. For those viewing by live stream, we will return from our closed session and the live stream will continue at that point. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Had to get off mute. Yes.
Great, and I vote yes as well, so we are now in closed testimony. Okay, let's see that we have everyone. 1 second. Great. I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we are back. We will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. I move to approve all continuance requests to the dates previously stated by me. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, they are approved. I move to approve all withdrawal requests. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, they are approved. Okay, now in today's calendar. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 281-21-Z and 282-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 283-21-Z and 284-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 286-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 287-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for application for calendar number 288-21-S, which we took with 289-21-S. So both of those calendar numbers. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 290-21-S and 291-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 292-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 293-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 294-21-S and 295-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 296-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 297-21-S and 298-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 299-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 300-21-S and 301-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 303-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 304-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 307-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 309-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 311-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 312-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 313-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 314-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 315-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner. Yeah, what's that?
Sorry, could you repeat the number, please?
Yeah, this was 315-21-Z, and we amended on the record the calendar number because it had been mistakenly drafted as S.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. So Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
okay, Commissioner Toya,
Yes.
and I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 316-21-S, 317-21-Z, and 318-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 319-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 321-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 205-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 237-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 275-21-S, 276-21-S, and 277-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve the written resolution containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for board calendar numbers 130-21-S, 135-21-S, 60-21-Z, and 80-21-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, they are approved. I move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for the board's June 2021 regular meeting, with the exception of board calendar numbers 238-21-Z, 247-21-S, 248-21-Z, 269-21-Z, 68-21-Z, and 69-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, they are approved with the stated exceptions. We're now on the last item on our agenda, and I'd like to take a few minutes to discuss it as it goes differently than what we usually have at the end. As many of you watching this live stream may recall, we instituted the supplemental cannabis rule last year so that the spirit and intent of section 17-13-0905-Z could still be carried out despite the governor prohibiting, in line with recommendations from the CDC, gatherings of more than 10 people. As COVID-19 numbers have continued to decline in Illinois, and as we have entered phase 5, the governor has declined to reissue any portion of any executive order that prohibits the number of people that can publicly or privately gather. In fact, it is highly likely that the board itself will be back in person at our next meeting. As such, the supplemental cannabis rule is no longer necessary. And with that introduction, the proposed rescission of supplemental rule for cannabis business establishments dated June 26, 2020, governing the conduct of cannabis business establishment community meetings during the COVID-19 public health emergency has been distributed. If there are no corrections to the proposed rescission, I move that we approve the rescission of the supplemental rule as distributed. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, so the rescission is adopted. Therefore, I hereby direct the board secretary to remove the supplemental cannabis rule from the board's website. In the coming days, we will be uploading updated cannabis business establishment findings of fact and affidavits to the board's webpage, so please keep an eye out for that. I move that we adjourn today's meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we are adjourned. As always, thank you very much, everyone, for all the effort that goes in to this meeting happening. We really appreciate it. And I hope that everyone has a good next month until we see you.
Thanks.